from opposition MPs.
Well, that's right. Since morning, it was different opposition leaders who were stating that they are completely against this bill. It is also the opposition members from the India bloc stating that this bill is anti-poor, this bill is anti-India, and they will take the reality of this bill to the streets of the country as well. It is they will oppose in the parliament and outside. As well as they clearly stated that this bill is just not something that disrespects the father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi. It is also anti-poor. It will also create a lot of burden to the states as far as 40% fund allocation is concerned. The states have no money to give employees, the government employees salary, and now extra 40% burden because of the G Ramji bill. The opposition clearly had held a march today outside the parliament as soon as Shivraj Singh Chauhan moved the motion to table this bill. But many of the opposition members stated that first the bill should be sent to the standing committee and further scrutiny should happen. Different stakeholders should also be consulted. We have seen different opinions from the alliance partners of the NDA itself. I spoke to the TDP floor leader Lavu Shri Krishna Devrayalu. He clearly mentioned that yes, the union government supports the state, but this will also require additional funds, and they expect the union government to give additional funds to the state as far as the 40% fund allocation from the state is concerned, as this is a new formula in the G Ramji bill. It will be centrally controlled is something that also the opposition party are saying. And therefore, the reason perhaps the entire India bloc united together from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to Akhilesh Yadav to T.R. Balu of the DMK, left parties, all were involved. They protested from the Makar Dwar, went to the Mahatma Gandhi statue, holding the posters of Mahatma Gandhi in their hands, and they clearly stated that this is a grave insult to father of the nation, and this issue will not end here in the parliament, but this will continue as they will spread this message of the anti-poor bill to the people of this country as well.
लेकिन कमाई को बढ़ाने की कोई बात नहीं की है। आज अगर आप किसी भी प्रदेश में जाएंगे, आपको पता चलेगा कि जो मनरेगा का बकाया अभी मिला नहीं है। तो जहाँ जाएंगे मजदूर यही कहते हैं कि अभी हमें पैसा नहीं मिला है। तो आप उतना पैसा नहीं दे पाए हो। केंद्र पहले 90% केंद्र की जिम्मेदारी होती थी कि केंद्र पैसे देगा। आज उन्होंने इस विधेयक से ये चाहते हैं कि वो कम हो जाए। तो जब वो कम होगा तो प्रदेश को देना पड़ेगा। जो गरीब प्रदेश हैं वो दे ही नहीं पाएंगे। इतना भार, इतना बोझ पड़ जाएगा उनकी अर्थव्यवस्था पर कि वो दे ही नहीं पाएंगे। जब दे नहीं पाएंगे तो क्या होगा? योजना खत्म हो जाएगी। दूसरी बात, आज जो गांव में काम होना है वो कौन तय करता है, कौन निर्धारित करता है? ग्राम प्रधान, पंचायत में निर्धारित होता है वो, और उसके लिए पैसे वहीं पे भेजे जाते हैं। अब क्या होगा कि ये केंद्र में निर्धारित होगा। अरे केंद्र में यहाँ पे दिल्ली में बैठे हुए इन लोगों को क्या पता कि आपको कौन सा कुआं चाहिए, आपको कौन सी दीवार बनानी है, आपको किस चीज़ की मरम्मत करनी है, नहीं पता चलेगा। और इससे क्या होगा कि जो अधिकार आपने पंचायतों को दिया था, पंचायती राज द्वारा जो 73वां जो कानून था, संशोधन था, उसके तहत जो आपने अधिकार दिया था वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा। इसका मतलब है कि आप केंद्र में आप सारी सत्ता चाहते हो, आप ये निर्णय लेना चाहते हो कि कितना पैसा किसको कब भेजेंगे, किस काम में जाएगा, आप ये निर्धारित यहाँ केंद्र में करना चाहते हो। प्रदेश को आपने सारे पूंजी की जिम्मेदारी दे दी कि भाई तुम ही लगाओ इसमें पैसे, और जो पंचायत में है, जो गांव में है, उसका क्या होगा? उसको जो अभी मजदूरी नहीं मिल रही है उसका क्या होगा? 125 दिन कहना आसान है, उसके पैसे दोगे? खुद कह रहे हो कि नहीं देंगे, तो क्या होगा? स्कीम खत्म हो जाएगी। ये ऐसी साधारण स्कीम बन जाएगी जो बाकी सरकारी स्कीम है। इसमें जो अधिकार है, जो ग्रामीण जनता के लिए, जो हमारे सबसे गरीब भाई बहनों के लिए जो अधिकार है वो खत्म करने जा रहे हैं। और आप जहाँ भी जाएंगे इस देश में, दूर से पता चल जाएगा कि ये मनरेगा का लेबर है, ये मनरेगा का मजदूर है। दूर से पता चल जाएगा। उसके हाथ कठोर होते हैं, उसकी चेहरे पे झुर्रियाँ होती है, गरीब से गरीब इंसान होता है वो। वायनाड से लेके रायबरेली तक मैंने देखा है। दूर से पता चल जाता है कि ये मनरेगा के मजदूर है। उसको भी खत्म करना चाहते हो आप? किस लिए? इतने पैसे तो आप अडानी अंबानी को पकड़ा रहे हो, सारी संपत्ति पकड़ा रहे हो, और वो बेचारा मजदूर सुबह से शाम तक काम कर रहा है, धूप में मर रहा है, पसीना आ रहा है, उसका खून बह रहा है, उसका आप उसको छोड़ दोगे?
मैम राजू का कंट्रीब्यूशन भी करेंगे। नो।
Okay, Priyanka Gandhi there speaking out against the centre's new bill to replace the rural job guarantee scheme, MGNREGA, and she has come out and said that this bill should not be passed on somebody's whim, ambition and prejudice. Here's what the centre has said in its defence inside Parliament moments after this bill was tabled.
के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है। और जहां तक मनरेगा का सवाल है, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कांग्रेस तो यूपीए तो केवल मनरेगा लेके आई थी, लेकिन 2,13,220 करोड़ रुपया यूपीए की सरकार ने मनरेगा पर खर्च किए थे। हमने 8,53,810 करोड़ रुपया गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए खर्च किए और इस योजना को और मजबूत करने की कोशिश की। और आज भी माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, तकलीफ क्या है? 100 दिन की गारंटी के बजाय हम 125 दिन की गारंटी दे रहे हैं। काम 125 दिन की गारंटी देने का काम कर रहे हैं।
इंट्रोडक्शन के समय में आपने इतने लोगों को बोलने का मौका दिया, मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप हमेशा मौका देते हैं, मगर हम टाइम बाउंड है, हमारे पास बिजनेस है सरकार के पास। मैं सिर्फ और ये सुनने और ये भाग जाएंगे, ये सुनेंगे ना फिर भाग जाएंगे, चर्चा का मांग करता फिर भागेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जो देश हित में बिल पारित करना है वो तो हम पारित करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग बहस में हिस्सा लीजिए, हमारे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, हम लोग सुनने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं। मेरा सिर्फ लिमिटेड पॉइंट है, जब हम रूल 72 पे यहां इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ बिल पे अपोज करते हैं तो स्पेसिफिकली स्पीकर साहब ने बार बार याद दिलाया, वी हैव टू अपोज द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द बिल ओनली ऑन द ग्राउंड ऑफ द कॉम्पिटेंस ऑफ मेकिंग लेजिस्लेशन ऑफ दिस हाउस। इस सदन का लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस को ही सीमित रखे तो ठीक रहेगा। आप प्रेमचंद्र जी, आप पूरा आर्टिकल 343 में जा रहे, ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज एक्ट को सब जानता है। इस देश में 2 भाषा, यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया का 2 भाषा चलता है, हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों यूज कर सकते हैं। ये प्रथा तब से चलते आया है। आप इसको अननेसेसरी रूल 72 में आप इसको कोट कर रहे हैं, हमारा कोई आपत्ति नहीं, सब बोल सकते हैं। सिर्फ मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है सर कि अगर
आप तो अनलिमिटेड, आप तो इतनी सी रिक्वेस्ट करो कि वो आपको सुन ले।
ऐसा अनलिमिटेड बोलते जाएगा तो सरकार को तो रिस्पॉन्ड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि रूल 72 का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। समय का कीमत तो सबको समझना चाहिए।
All right, so the government firefighting inside the Lok Sabha after that huge uproar over the tabling of the bill. Aishwarya and Prashant joining me live. Aishwarya, very quickly, if you could sum up for us the issues raised by Priyanka Gandhi, Shashi Tharoor, Akhilesh Yadav, all the opposition MPs. What are the issues, including obviously the removal of Mahatma Gandhi's name from the MGNREGA bill that they are raising both inside and outside Parliament?
Well, certainly when the bill was tabled, it was the entire opposition who protested, and we saw for the very first time in the winter session, in fact, on different issues, the opposition political parties were not together. But on this particular issue, there was a consensus, a unity that was seen. Different opposition parties clearly stating that it will. Of course, it's demeaning for the father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi, as his name has been removed from this scheme that the Congress government brought in at one point of time. It is also, the opposition which clearly stating that it aimed to reduce rural poverty, which now has been centralized. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also making it a fact that it will create a lot of burden on the funds for the state government as well, and the allocation that the union government do for the states is something that will not clearly fill bills. As far as the West Bengal government is concerned, they have been protesting in the entire winter session of Parliament that there was no funds allocation as far as MGNREGA scheme is concerned to the West Bengal government, and this is just not for the Trinamool Congress government over there, but different opposition ruled states are facing this problem that the central government is not allocating funds. It is also the opposition parties clearly stating that they will take this issue to the ground, as they called it, anti-poor and anti-India.
All right, do stay with me. Prashant, also live from right outside Parliament, joining us there. Prashant, the opposition MP is also raising the issue of using Ram in the VBG Ramji restructuring of this bill. How likely is it, given the showdown we've seen today and not many days left in the winter session of Parliament, that the government could send this bill to the Standing Committee?
Well, it is not clear if the government is ready to send this bill to the Standing Committee. I asked some of the ministers about this, whether government intends to send this bill to the Standing Committee. It is still an open question. One of the ministers told me that it will be decided once the bill is taken up for the consideration. So it might happen that the bill might come up for discussion and then government decides to send it to the Standing Committee. But it is still not clear. Government did not make any assurance on the floor of the House. So it will be seen during the next 2 days whether government sends this bill to the Standing Committee or not. However, opposition obviously wants this to be sent to the Standing Committee or Parliamentary Joint Committee of Parliament, so that the threadbare discussion on this bill could take place. So it is still not clear, but I have a sense that government might consider this bill to be sent to the Joint Committee of Parliament after the bill is deliberated and discussed upon in the Lok Sabha.
Prashant and Aishwarya, thank you for joining me live on that huge political showdown that we're seeing both inside and outside Parliament. Key issues being raised by the Congress and other opposition MPs there. Remember, rarely through this session of Parliament have we seen opposition MPs come together and protest outside Parliament in the numbers that we're seeing them in over this one issue. Slipping to a short break. When we return, the Luthra brothers are expected anytime now to land in New Delhi at the IGI airport, where they will be taken into custody. This has been an NDTV campaign to bring them back. We'll bring you more details in moments from now.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app, and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extreme
The big breaking news, Luthra brothers will be landing at the Delhi IGI airport shortly. The Luthra brothers finally being dragged to India to face the law. It's time up for them. They should be here anytime between 1:45 p.m. and 2 p.m. this afternoon. NDTV had access to those visuals that you're seeing on your screens of the Luthra brothers leaving from the Bangkok airport for New Delhi on an Indigo flight. You can see Saurav Luthra there wearing a mask in black, followed by Gaurav Luthra there in specs and a mask and a blue jacket. Anushka is joining me live. We will also have our other reporters joining us shortly. But Anushka, I believe you're outside the Delhi airport. Just tell us what to expect once the Luthra brothers land in New Delhi.
That's right, Vedika. We are right now at the Delhi airport, and the Luthra brothers, after they have been deported from Thailand, have in fact boarded a flight and are expected to land in Delhi around 1:45 to 1:55 p.m. We are also in fact here on standby and will show you the visuals as and when they arrive. But yes, we are seeing that after they arrive here, the Goa police is going to take them to the Patiala House Court. There they will be seeking the transit remand, and then they will be taking him to Goa late today evening. After that, this whole investigation is in fact going to unfold. Now, this is quite questionable and is also in fact a case of very bad optics as to how they managed to book a flight merely 90 minutes after the blaze happened at the Goa nightclub, that is the Birch by Romeo Lane. And after that, they left from an Indigo flight and they went to Thailand, after which the Thai authorities detained them, impounded their visa and passport, and after that they had in fact also helped with all the process of deportation that has in fact happened. CBI, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Indian Embassy, all of them was in fact involved in deporting the Luthra brothers back to Delhi. We are seeing that in a few while they're expected to land in Delhi, and after that they will be taken to Patiala House Court where the transit remand will be taken, and then both the brothers,
because I do have Nupur also joining us live, our legal correspondent. I also have Akil joining us live. We're going to break this down. We've got and understood what to expect in the next 10 minutes once the Luthra brothers get to the Delhi airport. Nupur, now you have to take us through what to expect at the Patiala House Court.
Yes, we are currently standing outside the Delhi's Patiala House Court. We are expecting that as soon as the Luthra brothers land in Delhi, they will be brought here. Remember, the Goa police will be seeking remand from the Delhi court. They will be produced before the Delhi court, and the Delhi court is expected to grant the remand to the Goa police so that they can be taken to Goa. Remember, they had filed a transit anticipatory bail plea just opposing this particular what today is happening. They had sought a relief against this. They had sought protection of 4 to 5 days from the Rohini court in Delhi, saying that they should be allowed to come to Delhi and then go to Goa, and they are ready to comply with all the investigation and apply for a bail, interim bail there. But the Delhi Rohini court had refused to intervene, and now as the court had refused to intervene back then, now they will be, as per the procedure, they will be brought here in Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will press for their custody. It will be important to see whether the Delhi court agrees that the custody should be handed over to the Goa police.
And Akhil, take us through the arguments we're expecting by the Goa Police Council inside court today. High likelihood that the transit remand will be given of the Luthra brothers to the Goa police. We also know that a team is here in Delhi. They've been waiting since last evening for the custody to be handed over to them. But that key hearing in court today, just take us through the arguments that will be presented by them.
That's right, Vedika. If you since beginning, what we have been seeing, Vedika, that these two brothers were at the helm of it. They were the ones who were basically owning that very place, where that unfortunate tragedy took place, which basically took 25 lives. And what we have seen later on, the moment this very incident took place, within just 4 to 5 hours, both the brothers have fled from the country, and it was a pre-planned approach. It was a pre-planned conspiracy, because initially what we have seen that during the anticipatory bail plea, which was filed by the lawyers of these two brothers, during the arguments made by the lawyer, they have said that it was a business visa, due to which basically both the brothers basically fled to Thailand. But if you see what we have seen, that as per the investigation goes by the Goa Police Department, what we have seen that both the brothers booked their ticket after the very unfortunate tragedy basically unfolded at around 1:17 a.m. late at night on 7th of December. So if you see, this was a pre-planned approach in order to avoid the police questioning, in order to avoid the law and order, in order to avoid Goa police investigation in connection with this very matter. So right now, if you see, the Goa police is at least going to seek, initially they are going to seek transit remand, and after that, once they will be taken back to Goa over here, then it's likely that Goa police will make these two individuals sit in front of other co-owner who has been identified as Ajay Gupta, because Ajay Gupta initially has given a statement to the media saying that he is just a sleeping partner. But if you just go by the statement given by the Goa police team, he was the most active partner, and he was the idea, the brainchild, the conceptualization, everything was done by Ajay Gupta. So how basically they were part of this entire Birch Club process, this is also going to be investigated by the Goa Police Investigation Department.
You make there, Akhil. I'm going to go back to Anushka because she's standing by right outside the Delhi airport, the New Delhi airport. Anushka, it's about 1:49 p.m. The flight is to land anytime now. We'll see those two men shortly coming out, of course, after all the processes are taken care of inside the airport. But these are two men who have hoodwinked the system for 10 plus days, Anushka. They ran away hours after the inferno, the deadly inferno at the Birch nightclub. They claim that they're victims of the system themselves, that they've also passed on the buck to the operation managers of their restaurants, saying that they're the ones who look into the day-to-day operations of our restaurants. These two men finally facing the law today after 10 whole days.
That's right, Vedika. The fire broke out on 5th of December, and after that, both the Luthra brothers, barely 90 minutes after the fire broke out, they left the country. They booked a flight of Indigo, and after that, they ran away from Goa and they went to Thailand, and there they had in fact stayed for quite a couple of days. Now, today is the 10th day, and they are being deported back to India. We have seen the visuals of them standing at the Thailand Bangkok boarding station, but we have also seen that this is the visuals owners of Delhi airport. We are seeing that the security has been tightened at the presently where I'm standing, and we are seeing the visuals about how the whole security system has in fact been tightened here. But we are also seeing that the Luthra brothers, who are the owners of Goa nightclub, where the fire killed 25 people who have in fact boarded a flight to India after being deported from Thailand. They are expected to land in Delhi around 1:55 p.m. and will be taken to Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will seek a transit remand. He will be taken to Goa late in the evening or by night, and after that the investigation of the Goa police will begin in this matter. So far 5 people have been arrested. One person has in fact also been taken in custody, and we are seeing one partner who is right now on the run, and police are trying to locate his whereabouts as to where he has left. And we are also seeing that so far the Luthra brothers have applied for the anticipatory bail, but the Rohini court had in fact refused it, and now we are seeing that they have been deported to India and they will be facing justice because 25 people were killed in the fire that broke out in Goa, and we are also seeing that they had in fact fled from the country, and we are seeing that right now they have been deported back to India. This is also quite helpful in many ways, because now this is going to send the message to all the criminals that if they try to do a crime or run from a crime scene, they will immediately be brought back to India and justice will be served. Over to you.
Anushka, you will have a very busy afternoon. The next few minutes are going to be covering the Luthra brothers coming out of that airport. Those are the last visuals that we have of them, viewers, on our screens of the Luthra brothers. You can see Saurav Luthra there in that black jacket with the mask on his face, followed by his brother Gaurav Luthra. Those were the last visuals accessed by NDTV at the Bangkok airport. And moments from now, you're going to have the Luthra brothers, the fugitives, return to India to face the music, to face the law. And my colleague Shivarur will take you through that continuous coverage. Slipping to a short break.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shivarur, NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
You're with the news at 2 here on NDTV. I'm Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. The Luthra brothers have been deported from Thailand. They'll be landing any moment now at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport. They will be arrested upon landing. The Goa police will be taking them for further investigation to Goa. Showdown over GNREGA Bill in Parliament. Congress stages massive stir in Congress premises. Priyanka Tharoor slams Centre for scrapping the MGNREGA. Centre calls it a bill for Ram Rajya and a big upgrade to what it was under the UPA. Relief for Gandhis in the National Herald case. Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of Enforcement Directorate money laundering case. ED to challenge special court's order. Bihar Chief Minister courts controversy, pulls hijab down from a woman's face during a government event in Patna. BJP hits back, posts old video of Gehlot removing a woman's ghungat. Poll body releases draft Bengal voter list. A total of 58 lakh names deleted after the special intensive revision or SIR. Delhi continues to choke on toxic air. AQI remains in the severe category. Opposition hits out at the centre and Delhi Chief Minister. 4 killed, 25 injured after a major road accident on the Delhi-Agra Expressway in Mathura due to the intense fog conditions. Prime Minister Modi is on a 4-day tour to Jordan, hails India-Jordan ties, says India is set to become the 3rd largest economy. It is endgame for Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, the brothers who own Goa's Birch Romeo Lane nightclub in which 25 people died last weekend. The Luthras are going to land shortly in Delhi after being deported from Thailand, thanks in no small part to NDTV's relentless coverage that has kept the spotlight, the glare and the heat on the investigating agencies, the government and authorities in Thailand as far as the 2 Luthra brothers are concerned. They fled, remember, just 90 minutes after a fire killed 25 people in their club. The Luthra brothers will be taken to Goa today from Delhi once they get their transit remand. The Goa police will be grilling the Luthra brothers. There's a big investigative impulse now on the trade licenses. All angles of the investigation will take place, and now there will be an even bigger glare on the Luthra brothers because remember, like cowards, 90 minutes after that fire on a property that they own, they fled like rats from India to evade the law, making lame excuses like the fact that it was a business trip, etc. The Luthra brothers are in very deep trouble. Anushka Garg is live with us from the Delhi airport. Noorpur Dogra is our legal correspondent from the Patiala House Court in Delhi. Akhil Jamil, who's been staking it out in Goa so far, has been tracking all aspects of this story, also live with me. Anushka, I want to quickly come to you first. That flight lands any moment now. Who is with the two brothers? Are they, accompanied by an escort, or are they traveling alone? Can you clarify that for us?
That's right, Shiv. What we are understanding by now is that both of them are in fact with the police authorities from the Goa authorities. All of them are in fact right now there in the flight with the Luthra brothers. Once they will be landing, the Goa police are going to be taking them to the Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will seek a transit remand for both the brothers, and both of them will be taken back to Goa by late evening today. We'll show you some visuals also of how the preparations have begun here. Once the flight lands, they will be taken out by this gate, and we are seeing that the security is being tightened here outside the Delhi airport. We are seeing that the officials of the central agencies have said that Monday they had reached the location where the two brothers, Gaurav and Saurav Luthra, were detained by Thailand authorities last week. The fire that broke out at Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, 20 people, including 5 tourists in North Goa's Harpura on December 6. Now, we are seeing that this deportation once again underlines as to how anyone who's involved in any kind of criminal activity and they try to abscond from India, they will be brought back. The detention will happen, and they will be in fact facing the justice here in India. We're trying to show you the visuals as well. This is quite important. The visuals will be, after seeing how both the brothers will be landing here at the Delhi airport, they will be taken to Patiala House Court, where the police will be seeking the transit remand, and will be taken back to Goa late by today evening. And after that, the Goa police will start grilling them as to how they fled the scene. They tried to book a ticket barely 90 minutes after the blaze broke out in Goa, and they had fled the scene. They went to Thailand, where they were in fact taken into custody by Thai police agencies, and after that they were deported back to India. It was a joint operation by the CBI, by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Embassy. They impounded the visa and passport of both the brothers, gave them an emergency passport, and after that they are right now being brought back to India today. After 10 days of the incident when they fled the scene, today they will be coming back to India, and they will be facing justice today because of what the 25 people lost their lives. They had in fact also applied for anticipatory bail in Rohini Court in Delhi. That was rejected, and now we are seeing both of the brothers will be landing and coming out of the IGI airport anytime soon. I'll request my camera person to show you the visuals of what all preparation on ground looks like. We are seeing that the police have increased, the security here in this area. Several of the people have in fact
some clarity. We are going to be able to see the Luthras as they are brought out behind you. They will be brought out from this exact path where you're standing right now. So there will be some kind of a visual where we will see the Luthras when they come out. Let's make that picture a little bigger where Anushka is standing. Okay, I don't think Anushka can hear me, but let's keep that focus. Anushka, can you hear me? Is that where the Luthras are going to come out from at the Delhi airport?
That's right, Shiv. This is the place from where both the Luthra brothers will be coming out and will be in fact taken to the Patiala House Court from this area. We are showing you the visuals of how the security has been in fact tightened in this area. The Luthra brothers' flight will be landing anytime soon, after which the Goa police will take them into custody and will take them to Patiala House Court. First, the medical process will be done at the Indira Gandhi, medical center. After that, they will be taken to Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will take a transit remand of the Luthra brothers, and they will be taken back to Goa late by today evening. These are the visuals of the area where the Luthra brothers will in fact be reaching. I'll request my camera person to pan around and show the visuals of what the ground looks like today, where both the Luthra brothers will be in fact brought back today after being deported from Thailand. They left from Thailand today morning after 10 days from being taken into custody by the Thai agencies. Their passport was impounded, their visa was in fact cancelled, and after that fact, we have seen that all the Indian agencies were in constant contact with the Thai agency and have deported him back. There was a treaty in 2013 which was signed between Thailand and India, after which the deportation was in fact made easy. But yes, Shiv, what we do know by now is that any people who are involved in any kind of criminal activity and try to abscond from India, the Indian authority will make sure
Anushka,
that
they've landed in Delhi. We have a confirmation right now from our bureau that the Luthra brothers and their Indigo flight has just touched down at the Delhi airport where you are right now. Arrangements have been taken. They are in the custody of the Goa police. NDTV's cameras, both inside and outside, will get you the only first live pictures of both Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, the two cowards of Delhi who ran from the country 90 minutes after their nightclub murdered 25 people, including tourists, customers, and many members of their staff. 10 days later, like Anushka has just said, 10 days after they fled from the country to Thailand, to Phuket, a holiday tropical destination no less, in order to evade the law, and after hiring the most expensive lawyers in the country to fight their battles here in the national capital, to lie in court and say that they had gone there on a work trip, to lie in court and say that they are also victims, to lie in court and say that they have a habit of booking tickets at the last minute, the two brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, are finally dragged back to India against their will to face the Indian law. Now, there is nothing vindictive in what we are reporting here. The fact of the matter is these two brothers own a club on which NDTV's reportage has shown a litany of violations. This club, in effect, should not have even existed given the number of improper, inappropriate licenses, no objection certificates and approvals that were obtained by these two brothers and their team in Goa. Who was protecting them? Who gave them a long rope? We don't know that just yet. But NDTV's live cameras outside the IGI airport, after what has been 10 days of breaking every aspect of the story, including, mind you, the first pictures of the brothers chilling in Phuket through immigration after they were detained by the Thai authorities in the airport in Bangkok, and now finally after landing in Delhi, will only be here and definitely first on NDTV. I want to quickly bring in Anushka once again in on this. Anushka, lots of arrangements, police bandobast right outside the airport as well. I can imagine there's a huge amount of media as well waiting for these two cowards. They're finally back.
That's right, Shiv. We are right now outside the very gate from where both the Luthra brothers will be brought back to. They have landed in the Indian soil. Rather, they have been dragged back from Thailand and Bangkok to India, back to face, in fact, the justice that was, in fact, being delayed because we saw that they tried to evade from the country. That they tried to, they booked a flight barely 90 minutes after the blaze broke out in Goa, which claimed the lives of 25 people. 5 of them were tourists, and we are seeing that this is a big success for Indian agencies. Another successful deportation of a fugitive who was on the run and was trying to evade justice, and now we are seeing both of them have landed in Delhi. I'll request my camera person to pan the camera around and show you the visuals of what the ground looks like right now. We are seeing that all the agency people have in fact also reached here. The officials have in fact reached here, and we are seeing that the Goa police had in fact landed here in Delhi late yesterday night, and we are seeing that both the brothers have landed here in Delhi right now. 10 days after they tried to evade from India, they have been brought back. Soon they will be coming out of the airport after successfully completing all the legalities, and they will be coming out, after which the Goa police are going to take them in custody. Okay. He will be taken to the medical center. The MLC will in fact be done.
We've got
and after
pictures
that,
coming in, Anushka, right now from inside the aircraft. NDTV's Tejashree, who's inside the aircraft, has got us pictures. First pictures from inside the aircraft of the Luthra brothers as they are brought back to India. There they are sitting right at the back. We'll have those pictures treated in just a moment. The first picture of the Luthra brothers seated in the back row of the aircraft as they are brought back. There he is. That is Gaurav Luthra, the elder brother, with the glasses and the mask. the elder of the two coward brothers who fled from India after their nightclub murdered 25 people, skulking in the back seat of an Indigo aircraft and being dragged back to face the law here in India, a law that they wantonly tried to evade. First in exclusive images by NDTV's Tejashree Purandare, who was on the same flight, bringing us these pictures. Now, the two brothers have been brought back in the custody of the Goa police, who has escorted them back. They will be taken to the Patiala House Court now, where transit remand will be obtained. They can still apply for anticipatory bail, which has already been denied once, but they can apparently apply for it again, according to our legal correspondent, Nupur, who I will be going to in a moment from now. And then they will be taken to Goa, depending on what happens. So that is what the Indian law looks like. They still have a certain degree of recourse. As you look at these images, in fact, let me pull Nupur Dogra in, our legal correspondent. Nupur, what happens next? They're in the custody of the Goa police, could be arrested. We don't know what happens next. Explain to us the next steps then, Nupur.
Well, as our reporters have reported, they are taken into, if they are taken into custody by the Goa police will be bringing them here in the Delhi court, seeking their transit remand. That is, to arrest them, they will have to produce them before the Delhi court, and then to transfer them to Goa, as they have been pressing for an custodial interrogation. In Rohini court also, they had, in fact, the Goa police had vehemently opposed the transit anticipatory bail that they had filed. For now, we have talked to the lawyers representing the Luthra brothers, and they have been telling us that they can still, the option for anticipatory bail plea is still open in front of the Luthra brothers. It will be important to see whether they press for this relief here in the Delhi court today or in Goa. And even if they are taken arrested today, they can still approach the Goa court for an interim bail after their arrest. So for now, they are taken into custody. They will be produced as per law. They will be produced before this court, Patiala House Court, for transit remand. And if the Patiala House Court gives a go ahead, they will be arrested by the Goa police and taken there. But still, we are learning that they might press for an anticipatory bail here, because what was rejected in Rohini court was a anticipatory transit bail. That is, they were seeking permission to come to Delhi before they can go to Goa and approach the courts there. But now, as that plea is rejected, they still have the option to apply for anticipatory bail until there is a proper arrest by the Goa police.
Okay, so that's a very important piece of detail that Nupur has just given us. It was anticipatory remand bail, transit remand bail that was rejected earlier. So they still have recourse to get anticipatory bail right now. That's a crucial piece of information Nupur is giving us. So there is suspense over what happens once the two brothers are brought out of the aircraft. First image here on NDTV. I'm going to try and ask our producers to bring us Tejashree live. She was on that same aircraft. She's been pursuing the Luthra brothers from Delhi to Goa to Phuket in Thailand to Bangkok and now back to Delhi. Intrepid reporter who's got us all these incredible first images along with the rest of our team. As soon as Tejashree is through, I will have her live here on this. But pulling Anushka back in, Akhil is also with me and I'll go to him in just a moment. But Anushka, the plane has landed. The Goa police is about to bring him out. Just take us through what the arrangements are right now. He's going to be taken directly to where Nupur is. Anushka, he's going to be taken directly to where Nupur is, which is the Patiala House Court.
First, I'll ask my camera person to pan
Tejashree is live. Tejashree is live.
What the arrangement here on
Tejashree is live on the plane. I'll come back to you, Anushka, in just a moment.
जारी किया गया था। तस्वीरों के जरिए हम आपको इस फ्लाइट की तस्वीरें दे रहे हैं। फ्लाइट के भीतर की आप देख सकते हैं। किसी भी वक्त अब हमारे कैमरा स्क्रीन पर, टीवी स्क्रीन पर गौरव लूथरा और सौरभ लूथरा नजर आएंगे। सवाल उनसे पूछेंगे, सवाल उनसे पूछे जाने चाहिए कि किस तरह से वो फरार हुए, क्यों फरार हुए, आखिर क्या वजह थी कि वो फरार हुए। लगातार हमने देखा कि किस तरह से 25 लोगों की जो जानें गई हैं, उसके लिए यही दो व्यक्ति जो थे वो जिम्मेदार है। आपको बता दें, अजय गुप्ता इस मामले में ऑलरेडी गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं, लेकिन फिर भी तस्वीरें हम दिखाना जारी रखेंगे। ये उसी प्लेन की तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि जिस तरह से ये जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त, ये उसी प्लेन के जिसमें हम मौजूद हैं। हालांकि हमें अड़चनें काफी आ रही हैं इस तस्वीरों को लेने में, लेकिन याद रखिए इसमें जिस तरह से ये पूरी घटना हुई है इसमें प्रशासन की भी लापरवाही कहीं ना कहीं नजर आ रही है। जितना प्रशासन अभी सतर्क है, प्रशासन शायद कहीं ना कहीं उस वक्त सतर्क होता तो शायद ये सारी दिक्कतें उस वक्त नहीं आती। लेकिन अभी हम जो देख रहे हैं तस्वीरें, हम आपको इसी प्लेन के भीतर की दे रहे हैं, और कुछ ही देर में जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ेंगे आपको बता दें कि आखिरी में बस कुछ ही देर बाद वो समय होगा जब गौरव लूथरा, सौरभ लूथरा से हम लगातार सवाल जो है वो पूछते रहेंगे। बता दें कि एनडीटीवी इंडिया इकलौती ऐसी टीम है जो इस वक्त यहाँ पर प्लेन के भीतर मौजूद है और लगातार आपको तस्वीरें इस प्लेन के भीतर की दे रही हैं। इस तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस प्लेन के भीतर की, जहां से अब दोनों भाई उतरेंगे। ये भी बता दें कि इनके जो लॉयर है, लीगल टीम जो है वो कल आई हुई थी यहाँ पर और उन्होंने डिटेंशन सेंटर में मुलाकात भी की। लेकिन गौर किए जाने वाली बात ये भी है कि एक लॉयर इनके आज यहाँ पर भी मौजूद है प्लेन में, जो प्लेन में थे, और प्लेन में उन्होंने यहाँ पर अधिकारियों से बात भी की। अब हम आपको कोशिश करेंगे उन तस्वीरों को दिखाने की, और साथ ही साथ अब हम बाहर भी जाएंगे क्योंकि बाहर जाने की प्रक्रिया जो है वो शुरू हो चुकी है। लेकिन लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आपको इस प्लेन के अंदर की दे रहे हैं, कीपिंग इन माइंड दैट एट एनी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम नाउ Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra, both the brothers, can step out. Let me tell you that NDTV and NDTV India, both the channels are the only channels who are giving you the exclusive pictures of the plane. But as of now, we are not being allowed to capture them. But important to note is that the manner in which this entire incident took place, had the administration been alerted at that point of time only, this day would not have been we would not have been able to witness this day. 25 people would not have lost their lives. And in fact, remember that for not just once but multiple times, so-called notices were issued. And the back you see, if I zoom in and show you, these are the visuals of Gaurav Luthra and Saurabh Luthra. And some time from now, they will be getting out of the very plane from where we are reporting right now. Let me tell you, NDTV has been getting you the pictures from Phuket. We landed in Phuket as well. We also landed in Phuket, and we also kept on giving the visuals from Phuket as well, highlighting the fact so as to how, in fact, there also they were kept in the detention center. And now, just in few minutes, we also are collecting our luggage. And after collecting our luggage, we will be directly asking straightforward, pointed questions to the Luthra brothers so as to why they were, why did they flee the country? Why did they flee the country in a manner that was quite dubious? And now, in fact, in just some time from now, we will be getting you those pictures when, just now the both brothers will be coming out from this very door. But let me tell you that NDTV India will be asking them pointed questions. हम उनसे लगातार सवाल पूछेंगे कि वो not allowed now. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Tejashree Purandare reporting from inside that Indigo aircraft, doing everything she can to ensure that NDTV's viewers have the first pictures and the first information from inside that Bangkok-Delhi flight where the two Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, have been brought back to India. That is him. You can see Gaurav Luthra very clearly sitting in the back, wearing a mask, wearing those glasses. That is Gaurav Luthra. Both the brothers, by now, 10 days after they fled India, have become very, very recognizable. I'm going to treat those pictures so you can see them even clearer. We'll zoom in on those pictures as well. I'm asking our producers to do that. In just a moment, you'll have that on air. Tejashree will be live with us again in just a moment. Shh. Okay, Tejashree is still with us. Tejashree, the two brothers in those pictures that you've sent us, go ahead. Tejashree, if you can hear me, go ahead. We can see you. Okay, I think we might have lost that link. That's our very hardworking reporter trying to get her bearings as she gets off the aircraft. She's just traveled on that flight from Bangkok to Delhi and has delivered the first pictures of the brothers inside the aircraft. Tejashree is getting off that aircraft right now, so she will have more pictures and more information once we're able to reconnect with her. Just bear with us for just a moment. These things can happen during live coverage. There's a bit of a gap in that communication with the link with her, but you've just heard her and she'll be off the aircraft in just a moment from now. Goa police in civilian clothes, obviously, are traveling with the Luthra brothers as they head back now to face the law. Anushka is right outside. Nupur is at the Patiala House Court. Akhil is tracking the Delhi police angle on all of this as well. And we'll go to them in just a moment as we keep these pictures on air. On priority, let's get Tejashree back. But Anushka, in moments from now, they will be out at the place where you're standing. The Luthra brothers will be exiting from precisely your location.
That's right, Shiv. Barely minutes from now, Luthra brothers will in fact be coming out of this very place where I'm standing. This is the arrangement that has in fact been kept in place. The Delhi police can be seen here. Paramilitary force and the CISF police personnel are right now outside here. After the Luthra brothers are come out, the Goa police will take them into custody and they will be brought to Patiala House Court, where they will be taken in transit remand and they will be in fact taken back to Goa so that the police can grill them further. We have seen that total of 5 arrests have been made in this case and a 6th person is right now absconding. But yes, we are seeing that this was a major negligence on the part of both the Luthra brothers. They fled the country barely 90 minutes after the blaze took place. They booked a flight in Indigo and after that they left the country. They first went to Thailand. When the Thai authorities took them, both of them into custody, they were taken to Bangkok and after that they have been deported. After being deported, they boarded the flight and now they have landed in Delhi and any moment from now they will be coming out of the airport.
We've got Tejashree back with us. Tejashree, what's happening right now? Are you off the aircraft? What's going on right now? Where are the Luthras? We saw them in those pictures that you sent us. They're still on air. What is the current situation?
5 individuals. The security. This is the matter of security. We have come out of security zone.
Okay, Tejashree is speaking to some authorities and trying to get her bearings so she can report coherently with us live. It's this is what live television is about, viewer. The reporter is juggling many things. She's got to speak with and coordinate with security officials, airport officials, and still be live here on TV. But that's the job of a reporter. And as you can see it, we do it incredibly well here on the NDTV network. So we've got these first pictures, live pictures of the inside of the aircraft, where there you have it. That is Gaurav Luthra you see in that picture that we've freeze framed here. Saurabh Luthra is not visible in this particular frame, but obviously he's also on that flight, perhaps sitting separately, which would be security protocol by the Goa police. We don't know. But they have likely been taken off the aircraft right now. There will be a screening. There will be all the usual immigration procedures before they are brought outside to where Anushka is standing right now. As soon as we have Tejashree back, let me just check if I can hear her. Okay, Tejashree can't hear us right now. I'm going to get a live check on whenever we can get back to her because she's off the aircraft right now and all eyes are going to be on those first pictures of the Luthra brothers on Indian soil 10 days after they escaped. Anushka continues to be with us, but I want to bring in Akhil as well because he's been chasing the Luthras ever since the night of that fire. He was in Goa and he's been tracking the Delhi angle as well. Akhil, it's been an international 10-day hunt for the Luthras and they're finally back.
That's right, Shiv. If you see at this point in time, this is another major big win for our security agencies because if you see earlier what we have seen in the recent past that when Tahavur Rana was extradited from the US at that point in time, what we have seen that the NIA has taken the custody at the very airport. If you talk about Anmol Bishnoi, what we have seen that the agencies, the NIA has basically taken the custody of Anmol Bishnoi at the very airport. So it's very likely right now if you see what's going to happen because CBI is the nodal agency which connects with Interpol. Right now, both the brothers, Saurabh Luthra and Gaurav Luthra, both have been taken into custody at the IGI airport T3. So once they will be taken out, Goa police team is still there. A 7-member Goa police team has arrived last night, what we have seen, which include 1 IPS officer, 2 inspectors level officers and 2 sub-inspectors level officers and 2 constables as well. So if you see, there are 7-member team which has left from Goa last night, and they are still there at the very airport. So in any moment we can expect that there is a formal arrest of both the brothers, and after that both the brothers will be taken to Patiala House Court, where it's likely that the Goa police team is going to seek transit remand, and after that they will be taken from the national capital to Goa, where the investigation, because if you see the agency which is basically carrying out the entire investigation is the Goa police. It's at the heart of at the epicenter of this entire investigation. So once they will be brought back over here, then the Goa police team is likely to interrogate them and make confront both the individuals in front of another co-owner of this Birch Club, who has been identified as Ajay Gupta. Because if you see, Ajay Gupta right now is in the police custody. His custody has already been extended for 5 more days. So it's very likely that by late evening we can expect that both the brothers will be taken back over here in Goa, and after that they will be produced before court, and after that we can expect that the Goa police team is at least going to seek 1 week of police custody for further interrogation of both the brothers.
Okay, stay with me, Akhil. I want to bring our other reporters back in on this, Anushka. The brothers will be very likely taken to Goa by the end of today. There's it's possible that there's going to be a medical test performed on them as well. But before I come to you, Anushka, Dr. Vikram Singh, former Director General of Police of Uttar Pradesh, is also with us. Dr. Singh, welcome. The Luthra brothers are finally back 10 days after they fled. Just take us through your understanding, sir, of the procedures here. This was an international manhunt of kinds for these 2 brothers who had fled 10 days ago. What happens now in your view, sir?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, after the blue collar notice, the extradition process started, and because of the cooperation between our 2 countries, Thailand and India, and also the backroom diplomacy and the efforts made by the NEA, the Luthra brothers are back and should be back in Delhi and are back in Delhi. Now, the first thing that I'm told would be that the Delhi Special Branch, as also the Goa Police, will take them to the Patiala House Court, get a transit remand, medical examination, so that they don't give false allegations that they were brutalized by the police in India. So the medical examination is an imperative, and then they are transported to Goa and subjected to individual interrogation, custodial interrogation, as also collective interrogation. All the mismatches will have to be reviewed again, as also people who aided and abetted the flouting of all the norms. The demolition did not happen, the sewers dropped in the Baga area, the land use was flouted, and all the illegality that they were done. The government officials who were complicit, the fire service department, the excise department, they can also be made into co-conspirators and made a part of the larger conspiracy which resulted in the tragic and untimely death of 25 people. Therefore, it is a very elaborate investigation, but I'm sure the use of technology like lie detector tests and polygraph tests, other scientific aids to investigation, will help us to get and understand. Because I would not like to believe what I'm told, that the payoff from every such illegal nightclub, there are 157 of them, was almost 10 lakhs per month. You can understand the enormity and the dimension of the corruption that was responsible for this shameless and this brazen act of corruption.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for making that clear for us. We wonder whether they will, be additionally punished for wasting national time, resources and energy in hunting them down in Thailand and bringing them back and evading the law. I hope there are going to be some punitive measures for that aspect of as well. They have created a huge amount of public anger. Going back to Tejashree now, who's at the Delhi airport. Tejashree, what's going on right now where you are? Your first pictures are on air as always. We had your live report from inside the aircraft. I hope you didn't get into any trouble. But take us through what's happening now. Where are the Luthra brothers?
Well, absolutely. We are just reporting here with inside the airport, and the Luthra brothers are now brought outside the aircraft. We'll try to get those pictures as well. But these are the first and exclusive pictures that NDTV has managed to get. We also showed the picture of Gaurav Luthra and Saurav Luthra, who first landed in Phuket, and then from there they went to Bangkok.
Yeah.
From Bangkok, they in fact now were taken to Bangkok Detention Center as well, and now they have been brought to the national capital, where all the further legal formalities will be done. They will be formally arrested over here later on. Not just that, but they will, what we are also hearing is that they will also be produced in the court. But these are the visuals, in fact, I would like to give you. That is the they are also creating a trouble, but we will try to give you the visuals. These are the inside visuals I am giving you, that at any point of time now, the Luthra brothers will be brought over here. The immigration process will be completed, and after the immigration process gets completed, they will be taken out and they will be to the court, and later on they will be taken on transit remand, then will be handed over to the Goa police. Remember that these are the officials also who came. There are 3 officials from India came to Bangkok, and not just that, but also in fact remember that there was also one of the legal team of Luthras who met them, briefed them yesterday at the detention center, and today in fact one more lawyer was present over here inside the aircraft as well, who also briefed the Luthras before they could take off. In fact, what we could also learn is that approximately the lawyer had a word with them inside the aircraft for around 30 minutes. Not just that, but he also spoke with the officials as well who was present over there. So it seems like that they were planning to chalk out a plan so as to what their next strategy is, because they have been talking about how this entire the manner in which they fled, it was all because of their business meeting and not because of actually what had happened. They kept on saying it was their business meeting. They also kept on focusing on how the Luthras are unwell. We also in fact spoke to the lawyers who disclosed the fact that Luthras were provided medicine at the Phuket detention center, but apparently at Bangkok detention center they were not provided the medicines. This is all what we came to know, because they were complaining about some health issues. But now finally they have landed in Delhi. Next remains to be seen that what happens, sir.
Okay, it remains to be seen what happens. Tejashree, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment, because it's possible that the Luthra brothers will be taken for a medical screening, then to the Patiala House Court, formal arrest, transit remand, and then possibly flying off to Goa as early as today. And you can bet that NDTV's reporters will be on that flight as well. We're not going to let the Luthra brothers out of our sight, because that's the kind of reporting that we do here. Public interest journalism on NDTV, given that justice has not been served for the 25 people who died in that nightclub owned by these 2 brothers. That is Gaurav Luthra. That is the image of the day that Tejashree has managed to capture on her phone from inside that Indigo flight. Dr. Kiran Bedi, veteran IPS officer, is live with me as well. Dr. Bedi, one wonders whether the 10-day 10-day escape that these 2 brothers have enjoyed in Thailand, will that also be a factor in the action they face now that they have been successfully brought back to India? Dr. Bedi.
Well, I'm glad they've successfully and without any loss of time, they are returned to face the law and face justice. But if you say that 10 days they must have enjoyed, the word is no. I think they must have felt very punished. And this punishment, I don't think will leave them alone all their life. Because the mental punishment which they've gone through, while the legal punishment they will go through, but I think the mental punishment they've gone through and they must be going through, I think it will not at all leave them all their life. Because it's 25 lives. They've lost so it's a way 25 murders. They've actually killed 25 lives. So they should be punished 25 times over, because every life matters. So I think they will never be able to forgive themselves. They may be offering any kind of defense, which they have a right to offer defense, whether it's medical, whether it's business. But I think the kind of evidence which will be revealed, how they procured a license within 4 days. 4 days from a Panchayat, and full trade license. 4 days. In fact, it will be interesting to know who all did they pay off whom. How much did they pay off whom? I think that's of greater interest now. Who did they pay off what? And who all were there? I think that those names must get revealed, and those people to be equally punished, because they are equally responsible times over.
Dr. Bedi, final question. You know, you are no stranger to cases where the rich and powerful and well-connected of India had tried to escape from legal action in this country. Do you think the Luthra brothers will be another example of that? There's a great deal of media attention on it, but you know, public attention and memory is also known to be notoriously whimsical and fickle. We may move on to the next story. Do you think the rich and the powerful still get away, ma'am?
Well, I don't think in this case it will be easy at all. Unless they get the most expensive lawyers who can pull a hat trick from outside or some evidence. But it doesn't seem possible at all because it's so much in the eye. It's hit everybody. So I think it will not be forgotten.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. In moments from now, the Luthra brothers will be outside the Delhi airport. Anushka continues to be live with me from there. Anushka, what are you hearing from inside the Delhi airport? We'll be connecting with Tejashree as well in just a moment from now. But the paperwork, the landing procedures, immigration, etc., obviously being conducted as we speak before the Luthra brothers are brought out.
That's right, Shiv. Both the Luthra brothers have now been arrested, and after arrest they will be in fact taken for the medical, and then they will be taken to the Patiala House Court where they will be taken into transit remand. They will be taken back to Goa. 5 people have been arrested in this case, and I'm right now outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport. The immigration process has started. After that, in few moments we will see the visuals, the first visuals of the Luthra brothers coming out of the airport to in fact face the music. Here we are seeing that they had fled the scene, and after 10 days of them fleeing the country, they have been brought back to India. This is a major success for our investigating agencies, who have in fact made sure that any of the criminals who try to evade the country and evade the justice, they will be dragged back to the Indian soil, and they will be grilled by the Goa police as to why they left the country after knowing barely 90 minutes after the blaze broke out. They left the country. They fled to Bangkok and to Thailand, and after that they were taken to Bangkok. Their visa was impounded, their passport was cancelled. The Indian embassy gave them an emergency travel certificate, after which they were allowed to travel back to India. They were deported. After being deported, they booked a flight, and now they have finally landed at Delhi, from where they will be taken to Goa to face justice about how they were illegally running that very nightclub that in fact caught fire. The blaze broke out. There were no proper verification of the building. There were no NOCs, no fire NOCs, all the construction norms were flouted. And after that, the club was being operated in Goa, and after which we saw the blaze broke out, and 25 people lost their lives. 5 of them were tourists, and they fled the scene rather than being there, taking accountability. They fled the country and ran to Thailand to enjoy a weekend, after which we did see that the police have now managed to bring him back here. Goa police had travelled to Delhi yesterday night, and today they have finally arrested both the Luthra brothers, and they will be taken to the court, will be taken in transit remand, and then back to Goa at the very club where 25 people lost their lives. Over to you.
Nupur is at the Patiala House Court. Nupur, will the two brothers have access to their lawyers at the airport? Will they meet them at the court? Can you break that down for us? Because obviously they will have representation, and we do know that Siddharth Luthra and others have been representing them in the anticipatory transit bail that you were speaking about earlier as well. So will those people be present at the court where you're at right now?
Well, we had asked Siddharth Luthra about this case, but he had said that for now he is not on this case. But the other lawyers, we are expecting that even some of the legal team is traveling with the Luthra brothers. They are already there with them in the flight. There are lawyers there, and there are also representatives here at the Delhi's Patiala House Court. We are expecting them to reach any time, because right now they might also be on their way to the Patiala House Court, because we are learning that after they have been taken by the Goa police in the custody, the two brothers will be sent for a medical test, as it is followed in every procedure. Then they will be produced in front of
We've got the latest still, Nupur. Just hold on to that thought for a moment. The latest image, again first on NDTV, of the Luthra brothers Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, the first image of them off the plane at the IGI airport. This is the first image of that. Like I promised on NDTV, we will always show you everything first. It's important to us because we broke the story. And this is what you're looking at right now on NDTV. The first pictures of Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra. Gaurav is the one on the right. He's the elder one. Saurabh on the left. He's the younger one. The two Luthra brothers have been brought back. This is their first image on Indian soil 10 days after they flew out of Delhi on an Indigo flight 90 minutes after the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub that they own caught fire and 25 people, including customers and employees, died a terrible, painful death, after which NDTV's reportage has shown multiple violations, bribery, corruption, inappropriately obtained licenses and approvals and no objection certificates, making the Birch Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa a death trap, and the deaths of those people murder by negligence and corruption rather than a fire accident. And that's what is going to define the case against the two brothers who've been dragged back to India against their will. They were practically apprehended, taken into an immigration detention center, first in Phuket, then in Bangkok, and now finally they are back in Delhi. Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra from here will be taken to the Patiala House Court. I'm going to bring Tejashree back in on our coverage in just a moment from now. She's got us this first image of the two brothers as they now return to the country to face the law. Anushka, the two brothers on our screen right now, first pictures of them finally on Indian soil. Hopefully we'll get some moving pictures of them both momentarily to where you are right now. They will be taken in a police vehicle, I'm assuming, to the Patiala House Court. The Delhi police and the Goa police will both be involved in this right now before the Goa police takes over. That's what I'm assuming right now, outside the airport, Anushka.
That's right, Shiv. Delhi police is going to assist Goa police, but the Goa police have formally arrested both the Luthra brothers and they will be taking them for the transit remand, after which they will be taken to Goa, and the police will in fact grill both the Luthra brothers as to how they managed to run that Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in the first place. They had wrongfully acquired all the licenses and they were operating it without any proper NOCs, after which we did see that at the dance program that was happening inside, the whole building caught fire. 25 people lost their lives, as you have rightly mentioned, that they died a very painful death. Most of them were the managers and the customers of the place, and 5 of them were tourists. Now after the arrest, both of them are right now at the immigration center, and after that they will be moving outside of the airport. Goa police and also Delhi police are going to accompany him till for the MLC, and after that they will be taken to Patiala House Court. There they will be taken in transit remand. Do remember that both the brothers had applied for anticipatory bail, which the Rohini court had in fact rejected, and now we are seeing that both the brothers have finally landed here. Big success for all our investigating agencies, for the CBI, that they have finally managed one more successful deportation of an absconding fugitive who were trying to evade justice in India. They have been brought back today itself, 10 days after the fire broke out on December 5, and now we are showing you the visuals of all the arrangements that has been kept in place here at the Indira Gandhi International Terminal. We can clearly see the CISF police personnel, the Delhi police, and also the paramilitary forces that are right now outside the gate, from where both the Luthra brothers are expected to be out any time soon. We did see on NDTV the first visuals of both the brothers, how they were in fact going through all that process, the immigration and all the process, after which people are in fact taken here on ground. As soon as they landed in Delhi, the Goa police arrested the brothers. They will be taken into transit remand and they will be facing justice here in India, where they tried to flee. Just 90 minutes after the fire broke out, the blaze broke out in the Birch by Romeo nightclub. They fled the country 90 minutes after they booked the ticket and booked a flight by Indigo, and then they fled the country. First they went to Thailand. After that they were taken by the Thai agencies to Bangkok, where he was kept for a few days for all the formal and legal process to take place, and after which we are now seeing that a successful deportation by the investigative agencies, and both the Luthra brothers are now back on the Indian soil. Over to you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Tejashree in just a moment from now. She's Obviously, okay, she's back with us live. Tejashree, where are the brothers? You're tracking them live inside the airport. They're not going to be able to get rid of you, obviously. What's happening? What's the latest at IGI Airport right now?
Two of the major pictures we were able to manage, not just that, but we also tracked them down at the Bangkok airport, where we were having closest access to the Luthra brothers. But as of now, you can see that I'm surrounded completely by the CISF officials over here. They are not allowing us to move there. But the manner in which they fled away, they fled away the country. That was quite important. The manner in which they are stopping us. Had they been stopping these accused, that could have been, more helpful in bringing them back as soon as possible. But as of now, we have also been asked to, switch our mobile phones and not to, operate our mobile phones. But keeping in mind this is a public place and we can operate mobile phones to give minute-to-minute updates as to what is happening on Luthras. And what we are also learning is that in just few minutes from now, their immigration process will be completed. As soon as their immigration process, important to notice that 3 officials are present with them. Apart from that, now they have been completely taken to the secured zone, keeping in mind that they are someone who have been deported after the blue corner notice was issued by the Interpol. After the blue corner notice was issued, we saw that how the authorities from the Thailand police, the immigration police also, in fact, detained them, traced them back to the Hotel Indigo where they were staying. And then from there, they were detained. We saw where they were handcuffed, their passports, the passport was cancelled, their visa was cancelled, and then the emergency travel certificate was also issued. They were kept at the Bangkok detention center as well, where they met their lawyers, and the lawyers briefed them as to what is going to happen next. But now we'll not stop here. We'll keep on asking the questions, that why did they flee in the manner in which the fire took place. They are someone who are responsible for the death of 25 individuals, 25 innocent people lost their lives because of these Luthra brothers. And they say that they came over here for business purpose. What kind of business purpose was it? Was it for the 42 shell companies that the Luthra brothers were running? Was it a business purpose for the manner in which they were trying to flee the country and take a shelter there in Bangkok? So all these questions remains to be asked as and when Luthra brothers will be, coming out of the Delhi airport and then will be taken to the Patiala court as well. But what we are getting to know is that, we will also try to manage to get the access so as to where they have been kept. But it's as of now seems to be quite difficult because they were also brought in a very silent manner. But there also we tried to track them at the Bangkok airport, at the Phuket detention center, at the Bangkok detention center, Bangkok airport, and now finally here inside the plane as well, inside the aircraft from which they were brought, and now here finally at the airport. So all the ground reports, all the updates we have been giving just for the reason that we need to, we are fighting for justice for all those 25 people who have lost their lives.
Okay, so I just want to recap for our viewers very quickly the timeline of this entire saga that we're tracking right now. It was last Saturday at midnight that the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub burnt down in Goa, in which 25 people died. This triggered, a national outcry. 90 minutes after that fire killed 25 people, these 2 men who owned that nightclub, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, got onto an Indigo flight and fled the country, went straight to Phuket, of all places, in Thailand. It's a tropical beach destination that's visited by holiday goers year round. That's the place they chose to go. Once they reached over there, they got on the phone with their lawyers and started trying to get their defenses up in Delhi to get anticipatory bail because they knew that the Indian agencies would be on their trail. NDTV got their first pictures in Phuket. Tejashree, who you just heard, followed them to Phuket, got us those pictures of them there at the immigration detention center. 10 days later, they've now been deported back to India. In the interim, NDTV's reportage by our entire team of reporters has shown that the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in Goa was a death trap where a tragedy was simply waiting to happen. It didn't have fire licenses, it didn't have requisite clearances. Many of the approvals and no objection certificates are found to have been obtained improperly or via bribes. It is very clear that the 2 brothers are being protected, possibly by local politicians and others. All of these different strands now come together. It has come full circle after an international hunt for these 2 cowards. They are Delhi-based, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra. They are now back in India, where they will face the law. Public attention has been fixed on the figures of these two brothers who represent the worst of Indian culture. Two men who, instead of facing the law, being accountable for their customers, their employees who had died painful deaths at a property that they own, went on to Make My Trip or whatever, booked an Indigo flight and fled from the country like chickens just 90 minutes after their club burnt down. Calling them cowards doesn't quite describe public sentiment against the Luthra brothers and anyone who has facilitated or supported them. In moments from now, and I want to stay with these pictures because in moments from now, these two men will be brought out of the Indira Gandhi International Airport where they are being processed right now, after which perhaps they will be formally arrested and taken to the Patiala House court for transit remand and then flown to Goa. Let's remember that even though they are Delhi-based, the case will be probed in Goa because that is the crime scene. That is where the tragedy took place in the Arpora beach in North Goa, and that is where these two men will finally face action, and not for want of trying to evade that action for 10 full days. Remember, these two men are represented by expensive lawyers, some of the best that money can buy. They still have the possibility of obtaining anticipatory bail as well, and therefore it remains to be seen whether the system will fail the victims in that nightclub and give these two men anticipatory bail. It's quite unlikely, but they still have that legal remedy available to them. We'll have to see whether something like that can even happen in these circumstances right now. Anushka is still with us outside the airport. Anushka, not unusual for the paperwork, the legalities, the processing, immigration, etc. To take a little bit of time. These are not obviously ordinary passengers. So I'm not surprised that it's taking a little bit of time for the two brothers to come out. But once they come out, things will move very rapidly.
That's right, Shiv. Any moment from now, they will be coming out of the airport after completing the legalities. These two are not ordinary people, not two ordinary passengers, but rather two people who, for whom, Interpol had to give out a blue corner notice, after which they have been deported from Bangkok. They have landed at the Indian soil and now they are completing the immigration process. They have been formally arrested by the Goa police, and after here, they will be taking him to the Patiala House Court to seek remand, and they will be taken to the Goa at the very place where the fire broke out and took the lives of 25 people. Remember, a victim in Delhi who lost 4 of her family members. She had spoken out and had said that it was quite painful to see such an incident happen, and both the brothers, rather than taking responsibility, they ran off to Thailand, after which the authorities had to involve themselves in this whole case, and they had to get their hands on the Luthra brothers. They were taken into custody by the Thailand police, and after that they were taken to Bangkok, after which after 10 days they have been deported to India. They boarded the flight and have landed here. Goa police have arrested them, and now they will be facing the justice here and will be taken to Goa so that the further grilling of both the brothers can take place. Over to you.
We're going to take a very, very quick break. Our reporters continue to be with us. Gargi is going to take you through the rest of this developing story on the other side. We'll be live from the IGI airport, where the first images of Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra will be first here on NDTV. Right after this break. Stay with us.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah. at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They rule the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu. So many attacks. The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews. It's incredible. He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. And in Vikram. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up on the show, Luthra brothers have been brought back to India. They were deported from Thailand. Our reporters have been tracking all the developments, bringing you blow-by-blow account of their return to India. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. 10 days after they fled India post the fire at a nightclub in Goa, the Luthra brothers have been brought back to Delhi. They will now face the law, will be interrogated by the Goa police. A showdown in Parliament over the renaming of the MGNREGA to a Ramji Bill. The Congress stages a massive stir in the Parliament complex. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Shashi Tharoor slammed the centre for scrapping MGNREGA. The centre calls it a bill for Ram Rajya. Relief for the Gandhis in the National Herald case. The Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case, the ED to challenge the special court's order. A massive controversy involving Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar after he shockingly pulls a hijab down from a woman's face during a government event in Patna. But the BJP hits back, posts an old video of Ashok Gehlot removing a woman's ghungat. The Election Commission releases the draft Bengal voter list. A total of 58 lakh names have been deleted after the special intensive revision. And the number of deaths in the major pileup on the Delhi-Agra Expressway has risen from 4 to 13. 7 buses and 3 cars collided due to the heavy fog. The Big breaking, we're bringing you. The Luthra brothers are back in Delhi 10 days after they fled following the fire at their nightclub in Goa. They are currently at the Delhi airport. Their immigration process is underway. The procedure is taking place right now. NDTV's reporters too are there at the airport bringing you all the very latest. The Luthras will be presented in court today. That is what is expected. There you can see the first image of the Luthras after arriving in Delhi, after arriving at the Delhi airport. This is Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, the two brothers who owned the Romeo Lane franchise. Birch by Romeo Lane is the nightclub where the fire broke out, in which 25 people were killed. The Goa police too are seeking transit remand of the Luthra. So the Luthra brothers now back in India 10 days after they fled. Well, let's get you all the very latest on this story. So this is 10 days after the massive fire broke out at a Goa nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, in which 25 people were killed. The Luthra brothers today have been finally dragged back to India. 25 people, as we say, were killed in that fire, and the Luthra brothers fled just hours after the fire broke out to Phuket. Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra were taken into custody a few days ago by the Thai authorities after their passports were suspended here in India by the authorities. In fact, that is what helped get the brothers back, given that they were on suspended passports. And of course, the Thai authorities also cooperating with India, this paving the way for their deportation. A blue corner notice had also been issued for them, and finally today they have been brought back to the country. They arrived in Delhi just a short while ago. NDTV also brought you those visuals from inside the aircraft, which brought them back. That picture on your screens is from the airport after they were off the plane, but now they are currently the immigration procedure is taking place, and then they will be produced in court is what is expected. They will be taken into custody by the police, and according to the procedure, they will be taken to a Delhi court where cops will take their transit remand to Goa, as that is where the crime took place. The Luthra brothers have been charged with culpable homicide, among other serious charges, and they were deported from Thailand earlier today. Let's go across to Anushka now, who joins us from outside the airport. Anushka, what are you hearing from inside? What is taking place right now?
Gargi, right now, both the Luthra brothers are going through the legal process. These two are no ordinary passengers. They have been deported from Bangkok after the Interpol had issued a blue corner notice for them. And now we are seeing that after the legal proceedings, the Goa police have in fact arrested them formally. They will be taking them first to the medical center for medical examination, and after that they will be taking him to the Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will take him on transit remand. They will be taken to Goa at the very club where the fire broke out, and after barely 90 minutes of the fire breaking out, both the brothers fled the country. After 90 minutes they booked the ticket, and early in the morning they booked a flight to Thailand, after which the Thai authorities arrested them, detained them rather, and then they took him to Bangkok so that further formalities and legal proceedings can take place. After 10 days they have been brought back on the Indian soil. This is a major success for our investigating agencies, that the successful detention of somebody has in fact taken place. Right now we're outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport, and we are showing you the visuals. Any moment from now, the Luthra brothers will be coming out of this very gate. We are showing you the visuals of the security that has been kept in place here. The CISF personnel, the paramilitary forces, and also the Delhi police, who are right now assisting the Goa police in this case. The Delhi police will be accompanying both the Luthra brothers till Patiala House Court, until the moment he's here in Delhi, after which they will be taken in today evening itself. They will be taken back to Goa on the at the very club where the fire broke out. And so far what we know is that 5 people have been arrested. All of them will be interrogated as to who played what role and how many people were involved, because we did access all the information about the club which was being illegally operated in Goa. All the NOCs were wrongfully obtained, and we saw that they did not have any kind of legal verification of the club club where the fire broke out. The insides of the club was combustible. We did see the visuals after the fire broke out, and we did see many of the people who spoke about what happened there inside the Birch by Romeo lane. We do remember the victim who was from Delhi, who lost 4 of her family member in the Goa fire, that in fact broke out. 25 people lost their lives. Majority of them were the hotel managerial staff and customers, and 5 of them were tourists. Now we are seeing that both the brothers, after they ran away, they were when they were in Thailand, they were in fact detained by the Thai police, and the visuals circulated. We did the visuals, and after that were taken to where all the legal proceedings were taking place. Now today they have landed in the Indian soil, and we are showing you the visuals of the Indira Gandhi International Airport, where in few minutes from now, after completing the immigration process and all the legalities, where the Goa police will have in fact arrested them, they will be brought outside. From here, they will be taken in the vehicle of Delhi police, and they will be first examined. The medical examination will be done, and after that, they will be taken to Patiala House Court, where they will be taken in transit remand, and they will be flown back to Goa today, late in the evening itself. By the end of the day, they will be landing back to Goa, where the incident took place, where the fire broke out. And rather than taking responsibility of the incident that happened, both the brothers fled the scene. Rather, they fled the country. They did not take any responsibility, did not take any kind of, role, any kind of attribution to this particular incident, and they ran away. They did apply for the anticipatory bail in the Rohini court, which was rejected by the court, and now we are seeing that they are brought back to Delhi. Expensive lawyers who are backing them right now, and they will now be facing justice here in India. And they will be taken to Goa, where they will be grilled by the Goa police, and after that we have to see how this case pans out. Over to you.
That's right, Anushka. They're keeping an eye on all the developments at the Delhi airport, and as we're waiting for the Luthra brothers to come out of the airport and be taken to Patiala House Court, let's go across to Akil now, who joins us from Goa on the development so far, where this case currently stands. So Akil, the Luthra brothers brought back to India today. They are at the Delhi airport currently. If you could tell us, where the investigation is so far. We know one of the other partners in this particular nightclub, Ajay Gupta, was arrested earlier. 5 of the managerial staff too were arrested, and lots of questions after that as to how permissions were gotten for this nightclub. All that has now come into focus.
Well, that's right. If you see in a major development, what we have seen that both the brothers, Senior Luthra and Junior Luthra, have finally been arrested by the Goa police team when they were landed at the IGIT Terminal 3 airport. And if you see, what we have earlier seen that there were 6 arrests which have been made by the Goa police in connection with the case. What we have seen that the first arrest which was made by the Goa police was of Chief General Manager, second was of General Manager, then the Gate Manager, and fourth one was the Duty Manager. And later on, what we have seen that the chauffeur of Saurav Luthra was arrested from the national capital, and then later on one of the co-owners of this entire club, Birch Club by Romeo Lane, who has been identified as Ajay Gupta. Ajay Gupta was also the crucial person in this entire investigation, in which what we have seen that Goa police team basically nabbed this very individual from Lajpat Nagar area, because if you see, when the Goa police team arrived in the national capital, what they have seen that this very individual kept on changing his locations from one place to another place, from Noida to Gurugram to Sohna, and then finally he was located at a private hospital, IBS hospital, in the national capital in Lajpat Nagar, where he got himself admitted, saying that he's supposed to undergo a spinal surgery. And there what we have seen that the Goa police team, in assistance with the Delhi Police Crime Branch unit, has basically arrested that very individual. So if you see, in a major development, what we have seen that so far 8 individuals have been arrested by the Goa police team. And if you see, one major crucial link which is still missing is the Birch Club land owner, and his name has been identified as Surinder Khosla. Surinder Khosla, where exactly is Surinder Khosla? That is a bigger question, and that very individual is in London right now. That very person, what we have seen that the Goa police team has basically issued a blue corner notice against that individual also. So right now, if you see, the strike rate of the Goa police team is approximately 90%, in which what we have seen that initially they have arrested out of 9 individuals who are basically key conspirators of this entire fiasco, which basically broke out because there were several fault lines, because there were several compliances which were not met initially, and due to which what we have seen that this man-made tragedy took place, in which 25 lives have been lost. So right now, the entire effort of the Goa police unit has shifted from Luthra brothers to Khosla. So Khosla is going to be very critical for the as far as the the investigation goes, because Khosla is right now in London. So the entire process of bringing back Khosla to Goa is going to start very soon, because initially what we have seen that the moment this very unfortunate tragedy broke out, within just a few hours, what we have seen that at around 1:17 a.m. both the brothers got the ticket book and they basically fled from the country. Even at that point in time, what we have seen that the post-mortem of the bodies were not done, even the FIR was not filed. Even it was the Goa police that at that point in time they didn't have any idea that these two individuals can even flee to Thailand, because at that point in time in the FIR their name was not mentioned. Later on, what we have seen that with the help of the intelligence input, the Goa police team, it was the tip-off of the Goa police team that they have located this very individual, both the brothers in Phuket, that where exactly they were basically hiding, what was their hideout. So the Goa police team has basically got this input, and they have basically given this input to the Thai authorities, to the CBI, which is the nodal agency in connection with the Interpol related cases. So right now, if you see, what we have seen that is a massive victory for the Goa police team, because so far they have successfully arrested 8 individuals. And as far as the investigation goes, what we have earlier seen that over 70 people statements have been recorded by the Goa police team in connection with the case. If you see Gram Panchayat officials as well as the district administration officials as well, and apart from that, what we have seen, the club members, those who are the part of those workers as well as the staff members statement have already been recorded by the Goa police team. So right now the effort was to bring back those two brothers. And few moments back, what we have seen that in a major big win, what we have seen that the Goa police team finally has brought down both the brothers over here in the national capital with the help of central agency CBI. And what we have seen that at the Delhi airport, the Thai authorities has basically given the custody of both the individuals to the Goa police. And right now, in a next few moments, we can expect that both the brothers will be taken for the medical examination. So once their medical examination will be completed, then they will be taken to Patiala House Court, where it's very likely that the Goa police team is going to seek for transit remand. And after transit remand, both the brothers will be brought back over here in Goa, where the investigation, the nodal agency is Goa police in this entire investigation, where the Goa police is going to grill.
Akhil, just to come in here, this is one major part of this entire investigation. So finally, it's a huge, relief as well as a victory of sorts for the investigators that the brothers have been brought back from Thailand. It happened fairly fast with their passports being cancelled, the blue corner notice being issued. But now, Akhil, the focus has to be on how did such a tragedy take place in the first place. Managerial staff have been arrested, lots of questions being raised. There's also a lot of questions raised regarding the authorities there in Goa. The Chief Minister also spoke about how, a committee had been appointed that would look into this aspect in terms of other nightclubs, other restaurants and bars in Goa as well. So it's really been a wake-up call in terms of, whether rules are being flouted and whether, these safeguards and all are being adhered to.
Well, that's right. If you see, what we have seen that once this unfortunate tragedy took place, after that, what we have seen that the action was taken from the side of the district administration as well. But it was too late, because 25 lives have been lost. And in this case, if you see, since the beginning, what we have been witnessing over here, and we have reported this very first on the NDTV 24/7, that if you see, the NOC, the fire NOC was not there. This club was functional for a very long time, but the owners of this very club and the managers of this club has not got the NOC. Apart from that, their trade license basically got expired long back, a year back. Since then, they have not got it renewed. So there were several compliances which were missed. There were several norms which were flouted. There were several norms which were basically, there were several fault lines in this entire process. And this club was functional for a very long time. So it basically raises eyebrows on the part of the district administration as well, and the Panchayat administration as well, who has basically allowed this club to run for a very long time. So if you see, what we have seen that the Goa district administration, apart from that the Goa DGP has also basically tightened the screw in terms of the enforcement. And what we have seen, that several raid basically took place around North Goa, Arpura beach area, in which what we have seen that there were several clubs which have been basically sealed by the district administration because there were several compliances which was basically not met by these clubs. So right now, if you see, actions are being taken now, but what what we have seen that unfortunately, if these actions could have been taken a little bit earlier, then the scene would have been different in the North Goa region.
All right, thanks so much, Akhil, for joining us. And we will return to Anushka and Akhil for more on this story. But moving on to some breaking news, which is now coming in. And West Bengal Sports Minister Arup Biswas has now offered to resign to Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Remember, this is after the gaffe that took place. In fact, the fiasco, rather, when Lionel Messi visited Kolkata, and it was an absolute mess with the sporting icon on the field for just about 10 minutes, and then he left. He was completely surrounded by VIPs and fans who had been waiting hours to see their icon. Then just they went on a rampage, and they also, as you could see there, vandalized the stadium. So since then, the organizer has been arrested, and there's been a huge embarrassment really for Kolkata and the West Bengal government. And now, taking responsibility, the West Bengal minister, sports minister Arup Biswas, has offered to resign, and this is after the footballer came to Kolkata, and this was on December 13th. And what the criticism was that Lionel Messi was simply surrounded by just VIPs who got their photographs, while the fans were waiting for hours and did not even get a glimpse of the sporting legend, of the football star. And it is after that there was absolute mayhem at the stadium, and it's been a huge embarrassment really to the West Bengal government, given what happened after that. Lionel Messi has gone on to Hyderabad, Mumbai, and then yesterday he was in Delhi. It all went very, very smoothly. Just in West Bengal, his visit started with this huge embarrassment, this huge fiasco. Well, let's go across to Shreyashi. All right, we will try and connect with Shreyashi, but now the sports minister Arup Biswas offering to take responsibility for what happened. This was at the Vivekanand Yuva Bharati Kirangana, and there was this huge situation. He's written in a letter, "You have already formed a probe committee for an impartial probe. I want to be relieved as sports minister of West Bengal. I would like you to please accept my request," is what the sports minister has written in this letter to Mamta Banerjee. This is after the huge embarrassment. It was in fact an international embarrassment, because obviously all eyes are on Lionel Messi, and everybody knows that there was this huge fiasco, this riot in a sense, that took place at the stadium just after Messi landed in India. His first stop was Kolkata, and he went to that stadium where fans, and we know what a football crazy city Kolkata is. Fans, there was one person who said he had postponed his wedding for the event, but the fans did not get to see Messi at all. He just came onto the field briefly. He was surrounded by the VIPs, by politicians, by various officials, and simply went off the field after 10 minutes. And that is what then led to the crowds there going on a rampage. Well, let's go across to Shreyashi now for more. And Shreyashi, that's the breaking news. The West Bengal sports minister now offering to resign, to help help an impartial probe to take place.
Well, that's right. The sports minister, of course, had faced a lot of flack on the day of the event. The fans were, of course, name-calling him. There was widespread anger, just not on ground, but also on social media against the West Bengal minister. Photos of him with Messi had also gone viral, where he was seen along with his family members and acquaintances huddling around the football icon. On Monday, he has written to the chief minister offering his resignation, stating that he wants an impartial probe into this incident. And thus, because the inquiry committee has been set up by the chief minister herself, he has given his resignation to the chief minister. We'll have to wait and see whether the chief minister accepts it. So far, there has been no official, press release from the state secretariat regarding a new sports minister. So he still remains the sports minister. He has offered to step down, and more action coming in after the inquiry committee headed by a retired judge of the Calcutta High Court submitted its report to the Chief Minister's office yesterday. Show cause notices have been issued.
Shreyashi, do stay on with us for a moment. We're also joined by Shaturupa, BJP spokesperson. I'll come back to you. Let's just listen in to what she has to say. And, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. The Sports Minister of West Bengal has offered to resign so that the impartial probe can take place. Your reaction?
Good afternoon. As usual, we are privy to so much of optics and gallery shows by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. I think the resignation which has just come in from the Sports Minister of West Bengal is basically just another show. This should have happened. He should have grown wiser before, jumping on to Messi and grabbing his arm and trying to take a selfie. This is not the dignity of a minister who is an elected representative of the public. You call Messi for a public show and you ask people to pay tickets. And then what do those people who've paid so much of money see? They see the Chief Minister arm in arm, Sports Minister arm in arm with the football giant, football god. And then now suddenly after he's been making no comments. There's absolutely no remorse from him, at least no public display of remorse. Now suddenly I think he must have been, because of public pressure, he thinks it's wiser to give a resignation. But again, I'm saying this is all West Bengal government optics, Trinamool government optics that we are quite used to seeing.
All right, Minister said when he firstly apologized but then blamed the previous AAP government.
मैं एवरेज एक्यूआई की बात जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हर महीने हम बेहतर देने में कामयाब हुए। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं। 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके, ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके चल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का एक्यूआई कम करा है और इसी तरह अगर कम करते जाएंगे तो ही दिल्ली को साफ हवा देनी संभव है। ये 12-10 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की बीमारियां, 11 साल की और 15 साल की कांग्रेस की बीमारी जो है, जो अभी राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी मास्क लगाकर कहने की बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं राहुल और प्रियंका जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कहां थे आपके मास्क पिछले साल? पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा पोल्यूशन था।
All right, so Manjinder Singh Sirsa, they're apologizing for the air pollution but also blaming the previous Aam Aadmi Party government. This comes at a time when it's been an issue in Parliament as well, with the opposition raising it and demanding an adjournment motion and a discussion on the pollution crisis in the national capital. Remember, it's the entire NCR that is suffering from this toxic air pollution. In fact, the last couple of days have been the worst pollution in December, and it's been a time of when several restrictions have also come into place. In fact, lots of schools working in a hybrid mode. Outdoor activities have been also banned. Tandoors have been asked to not be used in Delhi, given the kind of pollution that we are facing. And in fact, all right, well, let's go across to our reporter Ishika joining us for more. Ishika, we just heard the Delhi Environment Minister Sirsa for the first time perhaps apologizing for the toxic air pollution, but then going on to say that no government could solve this in just 8-10 months.
Well, yes, Gargi, quite a dramatic press conference by the Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa. He has support to the residents in the capital, saying that they have come in the government for 9 to 10 months and they are trying their best. But he has also, in fact, gone on to attack the previous government, saying that this is, their doing, that, the people of Delhi are suffering today. So that has happened now. But apart from that, let me tell you that there are few important takeaways from his press conference today. He has, in fact, said that from day tomorrow, vehicles without the PUCC certificates will not be allowed a refuel here in the national capital. Not just that, any truck which is carrying construction material in Delhi, if it is found plying on the roads, then it will be sealed. Now, the Environment Minister has also said that after
private or non-Delhi registered, if they are found flying on the road, they will also be sealed. Now today the Environment Minister also went on to say that there have been actions that has been taken on ground. He has gone on to say that the DPCC, the Environment Wing of the Delhi government, has in fact issued notices, and notice that they have also in fact issued challans, is what the Environment Minister has said today. So certainly this comes after, we have seen that the air quality index has been oscillating between the severe category and the very poor category, and thus the frustration
the Environment Minister, the Delhi Environment Minister, apologizing to the residents today. Over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with all those details. So the Delhi Environment Minister, they're admitting to the toxic pollution, but then going on to say it's impossible to clean it within 8-10 months, and also blaming the previous Aam Aadmi Party government. Now, there has been a lot of politics on the Delhi air pollution crisis, even as some countries, foreign countries have actually issued advisories to their citizens, and it said it's a public health crisis in Delhi. Now, Delhi continues to choke under the severe air pollution, even as the political blame game, however, intensifies at a public event attended by football legend Lionel Messi yesterday, when Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta came on stage. There were chants of AQI, AQI. This is as Rekha Gupta was on stage. Let's just put up the volume there so you can hear what took place yesterday.
That stage where we want the Indian football to come in, that comes in. A lot of
All right, so that's what happened yesterday when the Delhi Chief Minister came up. It just shows the kind of frustration and anger among the public. The opposition, however, has seized on this moment to target the Delhi government after that video went viral saying that the Chief Minister was booed, questioning whether the government has any concrete solution to the pollution crisis. The Aam Aadmi Party also using this as an opportunity to criticize the Delhi government, the BJP government in place. Several Congress leaders today moved an adjournment motion notices in Parliament seeking an urgent discussion on the worsening air pollution crisis, and the Delhi Chief Minister blaming previous government for the capital's pollution, saying people are suffering due to past Kejriwal government's mistakes while her government is working to fix it. The centre, meanwhile, has reviewed the pollution action plan, directing stricter monitoring and tighter on-ground enforcement to curb Delhi's worsening air quality. Remember, already GRAP 4 restrictions are in place in Delhi. So there's several activities that are actually restricted right now. Building cannot take place. As we just heard, the movement of trucks has also been restricted in the national capital. Let's just listen in to what the government has said on this.
आज जो सरकार कर रही है उन लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम्स का समाधान कर रही है, तो चाहे जल भराव हो दिल्ली का, चाहे प्रदूषण हो, पिछली सरकारों के दुष्कर्मों का प्रभाव दिल्ली की जनता भुगत रही है, जिसे हम अपनी ओर से पूरा प्रयास करके ठीक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रिजल्ट आएगा, रिजल्ट आने में थोड़ा टाइम लग सकता है, चाहे पॉल्यूशन के हम जितने मेजरमेंट आज कर रहे हैं, आज से हम जब सड़कें हमने ठीक करनी शुरू करी, आज से जब हमने मिस लगानी शुरू करी, आज से जब हमने बाकी सब मेजरमेंट करने शुरू किए, तो उसका रिजल्ट आते आते टाइम लगेगा। पर ये अगर पिछली सरकारों ने 10 साल 15 साल की कांग्रेस की सरकार और 11 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने अगर कुछ किया होता, तो दिल्ली को ये दिन नहीं देखना पड़ता।
बहुत चिंता का विषय है कि पोल्यूशन इतना ज़्यादा हो गया है, और मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें दिल्ली सरकार और केंद्र सरकार खासकर उनको सेंसिटिव तरीके से, बड़े दुख की बात है कि केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से कोई एफर्ट होते हुए भी नहीं दिख रहा है, जबकि देश की राजधानी जो है उसमें लोग इतना ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन को लेके पीड़ित हैं, लेकिन केंद्र सरकार ऐसे लगता है जैसे उन्हें कोई फ़र्क ही नहीं पड़ता।
अब दिल्ली में क्योंकि भाजपा की सरकार है और लोग ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि भाई दिल्ली में पॉल्यूशन का स्तर कम होना चाहिए, और चुनाव में हमने वायदा भी किया था, तो अभी दिल्ली और केंद्र सरकार ने पॉल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए जो कदम उठाए हैं, पिछले 10 महीनों में दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लगभग 2200 इलेक्ट्रिक बसें श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता की सरकार ने केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से दिल्ली की सड़कों पर उतारी है।
मुख्यमंत्री जिससे आप उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये पोल्यूशन का सोल्यूशन निकालेंगी, वो मुख्यमंत्री AQI बोल भी नहीं सकती। उनको AQI और टेम्परेचर के अंदर फर्क नहीं मालूम। वो कहती हैं कि AQI कम करने के लिए पानी का छिड़काव ही एकलौता एक उपाय है, तो उनका जाना तय है।
अभी देश और खासकर दिल्ली के आसपास के तमाम लोग अभी पोल्यूशन की बात करते करते सबसे ज्यादा सोल्यूशन की ओर देख रहे हैं। सोल्यूशन क्या है? आपने बीच में इतना हल्ला कर दिया कि आर्टिफिशियल रेन भी करेंगे तो पोल्यूशन दब जाएगा और लोगों को राहत मिलेगी। ये क्या तमाशा है? कहाँ गए वो राहत? कहाँ गया वो जो आपने कहा था कि हम करेंगे ऐसा आर्टिफिशियल रेन की बात? आज आप स्कूल बंद कर रहे हैं, अभी सोच ही रहे हैं कि ऑड इवेंट करें कि ना करें। ये मामला क्या है? आज आपका दबाया जा रहा है, पोल्यूशन के डेटा को दबाया जा रहा है।
All right, and even as that blame game continues, the Delhiites are suffering from the toxic air pollution. NDTV will continue to track all these developments and hold the government to account. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus. Fareed, welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals.
I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV.
Welcome back. The centre's new bill to replace the Rural Jobs Guarantee Scheme, MGNREGA, has sparked a huge controversy with the Congress asking why a scheme named after Mahatma Gandhi is being changed. Now, Rahul Gandhi has also posted on social media. He has posted, Modi ji has a deep hatred for two things, the ideas of Mahatma Gandhi and the rights of the poor. MGNREGA is a living embodiment of Mahatma Gandhi's dream of village self-rule. It is a lifeline for millions of rural lives, which also proved to be their economic safety shield during the COVID era. However, Prime Minister Modi has always been irritated by this scheme, and for the past 10 years, he has been trying to weaken it. Today, he is determined to wipe out MGNREGA completely. The foundation of MGNREGA was based on three core ideas: right to employment, freedom for villages to decide on their own development works, and the central government will bear the full cost of the wages and 75% of the material cost. Now, Prime Minister Modi wants to change this very MGNREGA to concentrate all powers solely in his own hands. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, this is a huge controversy with the Congress targeting the Modi government over this proposal to change the name of MGNREGA to another scheme, which the acronym is GRAMG. And we saw earlier today that there were protests in Parliament, outside of Parliament as well. And now Rahul Gandhi also posting about it and, targeting the government, saying that it is a deep hatred for ideas of Mahatma Gandhi.
Well, the entire opposition protested outside the parliament today. In one voice, they said that this bill is anti-poor and anti-India, and they are not in favor of passing this bill. In fact, a very limited time was given for the parliamentarians to read the bill, to have an understanding about the bill, and many of them had not been given chance to stand while the introduction was taking place. It was, many opposition parties which stated that this is completely undemocratic, and it is a kind of tool that will centralize the entire scheme. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, clearly hitting out at the central government, stating that while this is a tool to centralize, to have a centralized control, there would be budget schemes and rules that will be dictated by the centre. It will be also states which will be forced to bear 40% of the cost. Once funds run out or during the harvest season, workers will be denied employment for months as well. It is many of the opposition leaders who categorically stated that 40% of the burden will impact the entire costing of the state budget, and if the centre denies, which most of the opposition ruled states are not getting the funds from the central government, then it will have a huge impact on their budget. So clearly it is from Sarak to Sansad. The opposition will oppose this anti-people bill, is something that Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, now had suggested. It was Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, all marched together leading the entire protest, and they said that this protest will not stop because this is just not anti-poor, anti-India, but also this is demeaning to Mahatma Gandhi.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And so the opposition there attacking the government over the changes in this bill, which will now put the burden especially on the state governments. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest from Australia, where the mass shooting took place on Bondi Beach, in which 15 people were killed during the Hanukkah celebrations. This was a terrorist attack inspired by the Islamic State, is what Australia's Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett has said. The suspects were a father and son, aged 50 and 24 years old. The older man was shot dead while his son is being treated at a hospital. Earlier, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also said that the suspects appear to have been radicalized by beliefs associated with the Islamic State militant group. Albanese said the remarks were based on evidence obtained, including the presence of Islamic State flags in the vehicles that have been seized.
Indications point to a terrorist attack inspired by Islamic State, allegedly committed by a father and son. There is no evidence to suggest other individuals were involved in this attack. However, we caution that this could change given it is early in our investigation.
Australia's Prime Minister also visited the Sydney hospital to pay a visit to the man who disarmed the apparent gunman during Sunday's mass shooting in Bondi. Albanese described Ahmed Al-Ahmed as a true Australian hero. Remember, that video had gone viral. There you can see it on your screens, where he approaches the shooter from behind and grabs his gun.
Very strong. Thank you very much. Your heart is strong. Thank you. Your courage is inspiring. Thank you very much.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, all the top news. Don't go anywhere.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They rule the world. Won a billion hearts. Now, Meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Coming up ahead, the Luthra brothers have been brought back to India. They were deported from Thailand. They owned the nightclub which caught fire in Goa, in which 25 people died. Also, a big showdown in Parliament over the renaming of the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Scheme. We'll bring you all the very latest. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. 10 days after they fled India post the Goa blaze, Luthra brothers are back in Delhi to face the law. Will be interrogated by the Goa police. A showdown over the Ramji Bill in Parliament. The Congress stages a massive stir in Parliament complex. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Shashi Tharoor slammed the centre for scrapping MGNREGA. Rahul Gandhi says Modi hates all things related to Mahatma Gandhi. Relief for the Gandhis in the National Herald case. The Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case. The ED is now going to challenge the special court's order. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar courts controversy after he pulls the hijab down from a woman's face during a government event in Patna. The BJP hits back, posts an old video of Gehlot removing a woman's ghungat. The poll body releases a draft Bengal voter list. A total of 58 lakh names were deleted after the special intensive revision. And the number of deaths in the major car pileup on the Delhi-Agra Expressway has now risen from 4 to 13. 7 buses and 3 cars collided due to the thick fog. Breaking news now coming in on the Luthra brothers, and trouble mounts for them. They were brought back to Delhi today and they could be staring now at a 10-year jail term or even life sentence. The Luthras could be charged with intentional recklessness, is what NDTV has learned. If the court finds intentional recklessness, that knowing the fire could have caused the deaths, knowing the fire show could have caused deaths, punishment could go beyond 10 years, even life imprisonment. However, if it's treated as only negligence, the punishment could be capped at 10 years. Now, do remember, we've been bringing you all these developments. Today, the Luthra brothers have been brought back from Thailand to Delhi and they will be produced in the Patiala House Court. The Goa police also waiting to get their hands on the Luthra brothers that owned the nightclub Birch by Romeo Lane that caught fire, in which 25 people were killed. This was in Goa 10 days ago. The Luthra brothers fled the country shortly after. Let's go across to Nupur now for more details. Nupur, what is the latest you can share with us? And they will be produced in court. Also, trouble mounting if if the charges brought against them are of intentional recklessness.
Well, yes, of course. First of all, they are expected to be brought in here to the Patiala House Court to be presented before the magisterial court. We are learning from our sources that their lawyers have already prepared a bail application also that they will be that they are likely to present today before the magisterial court in the Patiala House Court, and they will be pressing for a bail for them. They have also sought that 15-day time be given to them to go to Goa
Goa and help the police out with the investigation. Now when it comes to the charges part, it will be too early to say that what exactly the court will find them guilty of, if at all it finds them guilty of. But yes, of course, if the court, as you said, finds Luthra brothers guilty of intentional recklessness, then of course it is a huge trouble for them. Then they could be staring at a 10 years jail imprisonment. And also remember, charges vary differently, and also the individual punishment according to that charge is decided later after the trial is completed. So at this stage it would be too early to say that what exact charges they will be facing from the Delhi police. But yes, it is true that if they are faced with intentional recklessness and causing deaths due to intentional recklessness, then they can have expect a sentence of 10 years or on those lines, imprisonment on those lines.
All right, Nupur, thanks for joining us there, and do stay on with us. Let's take our viewers through all the developments that we've been tracking closely right here on NDTV. So 10 days after the massive fire at the Goa nightclub, the Luthra brothers today dragged back to India. 25 people were killed in that nightclub fire. The Luthra brothers fled to Thailand just hours after the fire broke out. Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra were taken into custody by Thai authorities. This after their passports were suspended. Remember, that was a move made by the Ministry of Home Affairs here in India. A blue corner notice was also issued, and this really then helped the Thai authorities track them down. This paved the way also for their deportation, and today finally they were brought to India. NDTV has also been bringing you these exclusive visuals, one from inside the aircraft when they were being brought back. Our reporter too was on that aircraft, and here this visual from the Delhi airport shortly after they landed, and the procedure took place. Then the Delhi court, they will be taken to the Delhi court after their immigration formalities are completed. The cops will then take their transit remand to Goa. The Luthra brothers have been charged so far with culpable homicide, among other serious charges. They were deported from Thailand earlier today, and remember, within hours of that fire breaking out, the brothers had booked a flight to Phuket and had fled the country. The Goa police sought the Interpol's assistance to finally trace them and drag them back to India. So now the Luthra brothers will be presented to the court. Well, let's go across to our reporters, and Anushka joining us from outside the airport there. And of course, we have Akil from Goa and Nupur from outside the court. And Anushka, what is the latest you can share with us? Where does it stand right now?
That's right, Gargi. Right now, we're outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport, where a few moments from now, the Luthra brothers will be coming out. Now, the process is taking longer because there were no ordinary passengers. There was a blue corner notice that was issued against them. And now they have been formally arrested by the Goa police, after which they will be taken to the Patiala House Court for the transit remand. Now, in this case, there are several legalities that the police had, in fact, have to, follow. We have seen that this is a big, feat for our investigating agencies, that they have, in fact, managed to bring back both the Luthra brothers within 10 days of the incident that took place. They flew 10 days back to Thailand after the blaze broke out. 90 minutes after the blaze broke out, they booked a ticket, and mere hours after the blaze broke out, they left the country. They went to Thailand, and then they went to Bangkok to evade justice. But now we are seeing that the agencies are now making it sure that if any of the person who is involved in any kind of criminal activity will be brought to justice, and they will be dragged back to the Indian soil. Let me just show you the visuals also of what Indira Gandhi International Airport right now looks like. This is in Delhi, outside, the very terminal where we are in fact standing, and from here the Luthra brothers will be coming outside in any moment from now. We are seeing the Delhi police, the CISF, and paramilitary forces who have been manning this area. The barricadings have been kept in place, and we are seeing that there is a heavy movement of the Goa police as well. They flew from Goa to Delhi yesterday night, and today when both the Luthra brothers came back to India, they arrested them formally, and now they will be brought to the Patiala House Court. And after that, the Goa police is set to grill both the Luthra brothers as to why they were absconding, why was there no legalities followed when the club was being maintained, and how, when the club was maintained, they wrongfully acquired all those licenses. There was no NOC that was kept in place. There were financial irregularities in the Delhi's residence of both Luthra brothers. Multiple companies were registered on a single address. Now, Now, this is a classic case of potential money laundering, and we are seeing that right now the police and investigating agencies are looking and scanning every possible angle related to the Luthra brothers and their workings and ins and outs of the office related and operations. But we are seeing that they have been arrested, and in a few moments from now, they will be leaving the Delhi airport to go to the Patiala House Court. Over to you.
All right, so the Luthra brothers, they're still at the airport as those, formalities are taking place, but they will be taken to the Patiala House Court where Nupur is there, waiting for them to arrive there. And this is after 10 days, a big success for Indian agencies to bring the Luthra brothers back to the country. This after they fled to Phuket. As we said, their passports were cancelled. A blue corner notice was also issued for them. And Nupur, coming back to you, we do know that they had also applied for anticipatory bail, which was rejected, in which they made all kinds of arguments about how they were not responsible, how they were hundreds of kilometers away, how they were facing death threats, etc. But the court having none of it, and that anticipatory bail was rejected. Now at the Patiala House Court, one can imagine their lawyers would be there as well. Give us more details of what's expected after they arrive there.
Well, first of all, when they arrive at the Delhi's Patiala House Court, they will be produced in front of the magistrate as it is expected. It is the part of the procedure that they have to be produced, and the Goa police will be seeking their transit remand, after which they can be taken to Goa for further interrogation. Remember, the Goa police has been pressing for their custodial interrogation in Rohini court. Also, they had vehemently opposed the transit anticipatory bail plea that they had filed there. Now, we are learning from our sources that the lawyers for the Luthra brothers have already prepared a bail application for this court as well, and they will be in fact requesting the court to consider granting them bail. They have also requested for at least 15 days of time to assist the Goa police in the entire investigation. Remember, the Luthra brothers have been claiming that they are innocent and they have nothing to do with the operations there, and they have claimed that they were out on a business trip. But the Rohini court had rejected all these arguments. Today, they will be, in fact, we are learning from their lawyers that they still can apply for bail here also in Delhi court also, and we are learning that they have already filed an application. It will be important to see whether the Delhi courts finds any merits in their bail application.
That's right. All right, let's go across to Akhil now, who joins us from Goa. And Akhil, if you can update us on, where the investigation currently stands. Their partner, has also been arrested earlier. Efforts are on to trace the owner of the land on which the nightclub stood.
Well, that's right. If you see what we have been seeing, that there is one more accused who is still at large. So right now, the entire focus of the Goa police is going to be part of that very individual who is still in London. So Surinder Khosla, who is the landowner of that very Birch Club, is still in London right now. What we have got to know that a blue corner notice has already been issued against him. So if you see, since the beginning, what we have been seeing that there are key 9 accused. Out of those 9 accused, 8 have already been arrested, and what we have seen that 6 were arrested till this very morning. And if you see, what we have seen that 2 more arrests have been made. Luthra brothers were brought back from Thailand to the national capital, and both the brothers have been arrested by the Goa police team. So right now, if you see, 8 arrests have been made. There is one more person who is one of the key conspirators in this entire case, because if you see, this is a man-made tragedy in which what we have seen that this process was going on for a very long time. The club was functional for a very long time, in which what we have seen that there was no fire NOC. Apart from that, there were several compliances which were not bit. Apart from that, there was basically permission which was granted to run a restaurant over there, but instead what they did, they were basically running a club. So it basically requires certain compliances to be followed, which basically they flouted. So right now, if you see, what we have been seeing that the Goa police team is going to tighten a screw on the owners, because if you see, in this very case, there are 3 different owners. 2 Luthra brothers brothers, Senior Luthra, Gaurav Luthra, and Junior Luthra, Saurav Luthra. Apart from that, what we have seen, there is one more person who has been identified as Ajay Gupta, who is still in custody. Yesterday, what we have seen that his custody was basically extended for 5 more days. So right now, questioning of Ajay Gupta is still going on. And since beginning, what we have been seeing that Ajay Gupta has been kept on lying and misleading the investigators in this case. And he has been basically saying that he has got nothing to do with Birch Club. But if you just go by the information that we have received from Goa police sources, that he is the most active partner in connection with the case. And if you see, he was the basically one who was running the entire Birch Club operation. And when this very unfortunate tragedy took place, he was sleeping over here in Goa on that very night, and he arrived on November 27. Since November 27 till December 6, he was there. When the incident took place, he basically took a flight and then fled to the national capital.
All right. Thanks so much, Akhil, for joining us. And Anushka outside the Delhi airport, and Nupur joining us from outside the court where the brothers will soon be produced. We'll continue to track that story. Moving on for the moment to some breaking news now coming in. And this is breaking news coming in from West Bengal. This is after the entire fiasco involving Lionel Messi's visit there, where the fans went on a rampage. And earlier we brought you the news that the sports minister Arup Biswas had offered to resign as to take responsibility and allow a probe, a thorough and fair probe to take place. And now news coming in that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has decided to take charge of the sports ministry until the probe into this matter is concluded. It was a huge embarrassment for Kolkata after this mishandling of the Messi event, given that Kolkata is such a football-mad city and the fans were waiting for hours to see their sports icon, Lionel Messi. He just came onto the field for around 10 minutes. He was surrounded by the sports minister, his family members, as well as some other VIPs, and he simply then left the field. The fans didn't even get a glimpse of him. And after that, the fans in anger went on a rampage and, also causing a lot of damage in that stadium. Since then, the organizer has been arrested and an inquiry is also taking place. So the sports minister offering to resign as to allow a fair inquiry, unbiased inquiry to take place. Arup Biswas wrote that in his letter to Mamata Banerjee, saying that you have already formed a probe committee for an impartial probe. I want to be relieved as sports minister of West Bengal. And now the news coming in that Mamata Banerjee herself will be taking charge of the West Bengal Sports Ministry. This has been a huge embarrassment for West Bengal, given that this Messi's first stop was Kolkata. After that, he went on to Hyderabad and Mumbai and Delhi, and all the visits went very smoothly except the first stop, which was Kolkata. Let's go across to Ritik Mondal now for more. And Ritik, that's the breaking news coming in after the sports minister offered to resign. Now Mamata Banerjee to take charge of the ministry.
Well, that's the latest development that what we are getting at this point in time, that after Sports Minister Arup Biswas, who was seen, around, Macy's event, and there are several allegations were leveled against him as well. He offered his resignation and offered to step down from his post of Sports Ministry yesterday. He also categorically wrote a letter to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Now, what we are given to understand, until the probe, which is being carried out by a special team, gets concluded, the charges of Sports Ministry will remain to the Chief Minister herself. Mamata Banerjee will take charge of this ministry. It has come as a huge embarrassment for the Trinamool Congress Party. Remember, several top cops, including DGP Rajiv Kumar, has also been show-caused for their alleged role in this case, and they have asked to, explain their show-cause within 24 hours. Now, actions are being taken, and in a major move, now what I am given to understand, Mamata Banerjee will handle the charge of Sports Ministry until this probe gets concluded. Back to you.
That's right, Ritik. It's been a huge embarrassment to West Bengal, especially as we said, given that it is a city that is obsessed with football. There was huge excitement for Lionel Messi's first visit to India, and the fact that Kolkata was going to be his first stop. However, you know, that event, as we showed you, was completely mismanaged. Fans left very, very angry after they didn't even get a glimpse of their sporting icon, and lots of questions have been raised. The BJP in the state has been, you know, criticizing the government over its mishandling of such a high-profile event as well. And now, and as we said already, a probe has been ordered. A special investigation team is looking into just what went wrong. The organizer of the event has also been arrested. Well, let's go back to Ritik for more on this story. Ritik, the latest development is the sports minister, after offering to resign, now Mamata Banerjee accepting that resignation and taking charge of the ministry. As we said, this has been a huge embarrassment for the West Bengal government, and fans, they're still very, very angry over what happened. Right, Ritik, if you can hear me, if you can bring us the latest breaking news coming in, Mamata Banerjee taking charge of the sports ministry.
Well, definitely it has come as a huge embarrassment for the ruling dispensation. We are given to understand now Mamata Banerjee will be, taking charge of the sports ministry. Remember, yesterday, following this chaos at Messi's event, which was scheduled to take place at Kolkata's prestigious Yuva Bharati Stadium, Arup Biswas, he offers his resignation letter and wish to step down from the post of sports minister. Now, what we are learning that from our sources that Mamata Banerjee has decided to handle the sports ministry until the probe gets concluded, because remember, on that particular letter, Arup Biswas wrote to Chief Minister, mentioned that he wants impartial probe into this matter. And as far the probe is concerned, we know that a judicial team has been formed in which is being led by an former justice. Now, in that particular team, the Chief Secretary and Home Secretary are also a part, and they have already submitted their initial report to the Chief Minister, in which they have categorically mentioned that things need to be checked in, that how bottles were brought inside the stadium, whose fault it was, and we are also learning that several show cause notice have been issued to the senior cops, including the concerned Commissioner of Police and the district, Deputy Commissioner level officer. And very interestingly, Rajiv Kumar, who is the DGP of the state, has also been issued a show cause notice and has been asked to cite their reason behind the lapses within 24 hours. And now, in a big move, what we are given to understand that Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, will be taking charge of the sports minister or the sports ministry until this probe gets concluded. Remember, Arup Biswas being sent out for a period of time, and he will remain as the power ministry. He is also heading the housing ministry as well. So big development that is coming with regard to this matter, which has come as a huge embarrassment for the entire Trinamool Congress party. Back to you.
That's right. Thanks so much, Ritik, for joining us with those developments. So as Ritik was telling us, let's take you through what really took place, this entire fiasco, after which Arup Biswas has resigned as the sports minister, with Mamata Banerjee taking over. This is because he came under fire for the chaos that took place at the football event when the greatest of all times, Lionel Messi, visited Kolkata, and the sports minister having to resign because of the fiasco that visit turned out to be. This was after, and the West Bengal government, as we said, has also formed a special investigation team comprising of 3 IPS officers to probe the chaos at Kolkata's Salt Lake Stadium on Saturday, when Messi visited, and he was just in the stadium for around 10 minutes, completely surrounded by the VIPs and the bureaucrats and the ministers and their families, and the crowd just did not get a chance to see their football idol, and there was anger in the stands after that. And then we saw the kind of chaos that took place as the crowd went on a rampage. Well, moving on to news now from Parliament, where there was a massive showdown over the Ramji bill that will replace the MGNREGA bill. And in Lok Sabha, the Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan tabled and introduced the bill. But as soon as this was done, the opposition erupted in protest, mounting a strong protest against the centre's new bill to replace the Rural Job Guarantee Scheme. MGNREGA senior Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that the new bill weakens the law and should be withdrawn. The Wayanad MP also said no law should be passed based on someone's whim, ambition and prejudice. Other opposition leaders also protested. In fact, there were two protests today. One before the bill was tabled, the next right after tabling of the bill. The BJP, on the other hand, pointed to the improvements that they have made to the scheme, including giving more days of job guarantee. However, it puts the onus and a lot of the budgeting requirements will now have to be fulfilled by the states.
मैं नियम 72(1) के तहत इस विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने पर अपनी सख्त आपत्ति दर्ज करना चाहती हूँ। महात्मा गांधी ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी कानून पिछले 20 सालों से ग्रामीण भारत को रोजगार देने में और ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाने में सक्षम रहा है। ये एक इतना क्रांतिकारी कानून है कि जब इसको बनाया गया तो सदन के सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने इससे पूरी सहमति दी। इसके द्वारा 100 दिन का रोजगार इस देश के गरीब से गरीब लोगों को मिलता है, हमारे गरीब से गरीब भाई बहनों को। हम सब जनप्रतिनिधि हैं महोदय, जब हम अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में जाते हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, दूर दूर से हमें दिख जाता है कि मनरेगा का कौन मजदूर है। सबसे गरीब होता है, चेहरे पे झुर्रियाँ होती हैं, हाथ मिलाएं तो सर हाथ पत्थरों की तरह। हाँ सर, मैं कर रही हूँ, पहुँच रही हूँ, मुझे पहुँचने दीजिए। एक मिनट लूँगी, मुझे पहुँचने दीजिए। सर, उनके हाथ पत्थरों की तरह कठोर होते हैं क्योंकि इतनी मजदूरी करते हैं। तो सर, मेरा जो इस बिल पर ऑब्जेक्शन है, सर ये जो कानून है, इसके तहत हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों को जो रोजगार की कानूनी गारंटी मिलती है, जो अधिकार मिलता है, वह इस योजना में मांग के आधार पर संचालित होता है। मतलब जहां जहां रोजगार की मांग है, वहां इस योजना द्वारा 100 दिनों का रोजगार अनिवार्य है, देना अनिवार्य है। इसके साथ साथ केंद्र से इसके लिए जो पूंजी जाती है, वो भी मांग पर आधारित होती है। यानी कि इस योजना के लिए जितने पैसे जहां भेजने हैं, कितने भेजने हैं, वह जमीनी परिस्थितियों पर आधारित होता है और मांग के आधार पर निर्धारित होता है। सर, इस विधेयक की अनुसूची 1 में उपनियम 4(1) और 4(2) द्वारा केंद्र को इजाजत दी गई है कि वे पहले से ही निर्धारित कर लें कि कितनी पूंजी कहां भेजी जाएगी। इससे संविधान के 73वें संविधान संशोधन को नजरअंदाज किया जा रहा है। आज वो अधिकार कमजोर किया जा रहा है।
इंट्रोडक्शन के समय में आपने इतने लोगों को बोलने का मौका दिया, मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप हमेशा मौका देते हैं, मगर हम टाइम बाउंड है, हमारे पास बिजनेस है सरकार के पास। मैं सिर्फ और ये सुनने और ये भाग जाएंगे, ये सुनेंगे ना फिर भाग जाएंगे, चर्चा का मांग करता फिर भागेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जो देश हित में बिल पारित करना है वो तो हम पारित करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग बहस में हिस्सा लीजिए, हमारे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, हम लोग सुनने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं। मेरा सिर्फ लिमिटेड पॉइंट है, जब हम रूल 72 पे यहाँ इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ बिल पे अपोज करते हैं, तो स्पेसिफिकली स्पीकर साहब ने बार बार याद दिलाया, वी हैव टू अपोज द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द बिल ओनली ऑन द ग्राउंड ऑफ द कॉम्पिटेंस ऑफ मेकिंग लेजिस्लेशन ऑफ दिस हाउस। इस सदन का लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस को ही सीमित रखें तो ठीक रहेगा। आप प्रेमचंद्र जी, आप पूरा आर्टिकल 343 में जा रहे, ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज एक्ट को सब जानता है। इस देश में 2 भाषा, यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया का 2 भाषा चलता है, हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों यूज कर सकते हैं। ये प्रथा तब से चलते आया है। आप इसको अननेसेसरी रूल 72 में आप इसको कोट कर रहे हैं। हमारा कोई आपत्ति नहीं, सब बोल सकते हैं। सिर्फ मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है सर कि अगर
आप तो इतनी सी रिक्वेस्ट करो कि वो आपको सुन ले।
ऐसा अनलिमिटेड बोलते जाएगा तो सरकार को तो रिस्पॉन्ड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि रूल 72 का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है। ये तो ठीक नहीं है। समय का कीमत तो सबको समझना चाहिए।
For our nation and our nation's commitment to the welfare of its most vulnerable citizens. My first objection, Mr. Speaker, as with others, is the ill-advised decision to remove the name of the father of the nation for the reasons already given, which I will not repeat. But this is not just an administrative tweak, sir. It's an assault on the very spirit and philosophical foundation of this crucial program. Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Ram Rajya was never a purely political program. It was a socio-economic blueprint rooted in the empowerment of villages, and his unwavering faith in Gram Swaraj was part of his vision of Ram Rajya. So the original act, by bearing his name, acknowledged this profound connection that true employment guarantee and upliftment must flow from the grassroots, embodying his principle of the last man first. To remove the name Mahatma Gandhi is to strip the bill of its moral compass and its historical legitimacy, and then to have two languages in the title, just to make the acronym G Ramji, is not just a violation of Article 348 as pointed out in the previous discussion, but it also reminds me of a song, of a lyric from my childhood, sir. मेरे बचपन में ये गाते थे, देखो ये दीवानो ओ दीवानो ये काम मत करो, राम का नाम बदनाम मत करो. And in this particular case, it's a real...
All right, let's go across to NDTV's Himanshu now for more on this, this latest story that has broken out in Parliament, Himanshu, and, the opposition opposed to this new bill on two counts. One is the removal of Mahatma Gandhi's name, and also various aspects of the bill that put, more of the responsibility on the states.
That's right, and that is the point Rahul Gandhi has also made in a tweet, where he has said that now centre, of course, will bear only 60% of the cost of MGNREGA, whereas states will now be forced to bear 40% cost of implementing MGNREGA. And he has also said that now Congress will take this fight from Parliament to the streets. Clearly, I think this is one issue during this winter session of Parliament which seems to have united the opposition. On the SIR issue, we saw Omar Abdullah, we saw Supriya Sule speak against Rahul Gandhi's vote chori campaign. But this is one issue on which all political parties, especially in the opposition camp, seems to be united. But the big news now from Parliament is that government is now planning to push this bill and to get the mandate from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha in the winter session itself. And the argument is that on 1st February, FM will be presenting the next year's budget, and because the number of days of work guarantee has been increased from 100 to 125, so more funds needs to be allocated in the budget 2026-2027, and that is why government now wants to push this bill in the winter session of Parliament itself, because remember the budget session starts around 29th or 30th January, and couple of days later the budget is presented. So the government wants to pass this bill in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha so that enough budgetary allocation can be made by FM in her budgetary proposals, which will be now presented on 1st of February. So this is one issue on which, while the opposition is united, Congress is now planning to take this fight against the changing the contours of the MGNREGA bill law to the streets. But the government on the other side is now planning to push this bill despite opposition protests in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Gagi.
All right, Himanshu, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So the opposition, they're united on this. Himanshu, do stay back as we continue in our coverage of all the political developments. Now, as Himanshu said, opposition united on the MGNREGA bill. However, on Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah's statement on the Congress's vote chori rally, where he seemed to distance himself and also said this is not an issue for the India bloc. Now, Congress leader Pawan Khera has said that that is a different matter. This was a Congress rally and it was very successful. Lakhs of people from across the country attended it. Everyone knows how rattled Narendra Modi and Amit Shah are after the rally. So the Congress, they're reacting after Omar Abdullah distanced himself from this entire vote chori campaign that the Congress has picked up and said this is nothing to do with the India opposition bloc.
वो अलग बात है, ये कांग्रेस की रैली थी, बड़ी सफल रैली थी, लाखों लोग पूरे देश से आए और नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह उस रैली के बाद कितने घबराए हैं, कितने बौखलाए हैं, ये आप सब जानते हैं.
All right, so the Congress, they're reacting after Omar Abdullah distanced himself and the India bloc from the vote chori issue. This is after a rally that was held by the Congress party in the national capital, which had a huge turnout where this voter theft charge was raised by the Congress party. You had Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra all addressing the crowd that had gathered. But after that, Omar Abdullah had stirred a bit of a controversy when he said that the India alliance has nothing to do with the Congress's vote chori campaign, that every party has the right to choose its own agenda. But let's go back to Himanshu for more on this story now. And Himanshu, Pawan Khera, they're reacting to what Omar Abdullah said, saying that it doesn't matter and each party is choosing its own agenda and the issues that they want to raise, and talking about how the rally was very successful.
Well, that's right. So Congress is putting up a strong face because, yesterday media, especially national media, had very extensively reported on the fact that first Omar Abdullah and then Supriya Sule clearly distancing themselves, their parties, from the Congress campaign on vote chori. In fact, Supriya Sule said that 4 times I've been elected as an MP on the same machine, so I am not going to question the authenticity of the machine. She was referring to the EVMs and the manner in which the elections have been conducted. And similar kind of voice was also raised by Omar Abdullah, who very categorically had distanced the national conference from the Congress agenda of vote chori. So I think Congress is now trying to put up a strong face, because we do know that even there are other parties, smaller parties also, who have not been very vocal in support of Rahul Gandhi's vote chori campaign. And I think this has clearly become one issue which has shown very clearly the fissures that exist on the issue of SIR within the India bloc grouping. Yes, Gagi.
All right, Himanshu, thanks so much for joining us. With that, Himanshu, as Himanshu said, cracks surfacing within the India bloc over the Congress's vote chori allegation and campaign. As we mentioned, Omar Abdullah saying it's not an issue for the opposition, for the India bloc. Supriya Sule also talking about EVMs and saying we are where we are because of EVMs. Let's just listen into what these leaders had to say.
इंडिया अलायंस को इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं. हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को खुली छूट है कि वो अपने हिसाब से अपने पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा को सेट करे. अब कांग्रेस ने SIR या वोट चोरी को जो है अपना एक मेन पॉलिटिकल इशू बनाया है. ठीक है, हम कौन होते हैं उनसे कहने वाले कि वो ना करें. हम अपने इश्यूज चूज करेंगे, वो अपने चूज करें.
क्या हुआ? पहले पंचायत में इतनी बड़ी सरकार आई, मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, इनका कहना है कि मैं भी उसी मशीन पे चुन के आई हूँ, तो मैं वीवीपैट ECM किसी पे नहीं बोलूंगी, क्योंकि मेरा कहना है अगर वो मशीन में गलती है तो मेरे से शुरू करिए, क्योंकि मैं 4 बार चुन के उसी मशीन के कारण आई हूँ. सो आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग अगेंस्ट द मशीन.
उमर साहब आजकल बार बार अफसाने में आ रहे हैं और हर बार प्रतिक्रिया भी देनी पड़ रही है. जब हम वोट चोरी, इलेक्शन कमीशन की बात करते हैं तो इसका दायरा बहुत बड़ा है. उस व्यापक दायरे में हम बात कर रहे हैं. लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है या खत्म कर दी गई? फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन महज इबारत है या इसके पीछे एक सत्य और निष्ठा का भाव है? ये सारी चीजें एक पूरे प्रतिमान को जन्म देती है और इस प्रतिमान से हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का ताल्लुक होना चाहिए, इंक्लूडिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी.
वो उमर जी ने अपनी पार्टी के बारे में रखा है, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए वो मुद्दा नहीं होगा. पर शिवसेना UBT, जहां हम भी इंडिया अलायंस के सदस्य हैं, और हमने महाराष्ट्र में वो चुनाव देखा है जहां पे वोट चोरी के चलते 42 लाख वोटर ऐड हो जाना 5 महीने में लोकसभा से लेकर विधानसभा में. EVMs पे लोगों की नाराजगी थी. आपने देखा होगा विधानसभा के चुनाव के नतीजे जब आए, बहुत सारे गांवों में मॉक पोलिंग की बात की गई और बैलेट पेपर के माध्यम से वोट करने की बात रखी गई थी और उन पे पाबंदी लगाई गई थी. सेक्शन 144 लगाया गया था. तो अगर जनता के मन में इस तरीके के सवाल हैं कि ईवीएम में को वो भरोसा कर सकते हैं या नहीं.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll focus on Delhi's pollution crisis. Stay with us.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music.
Welcome back. Now, as the national capital continues to reel through a pollution crisis with AQI levels hitting beyond 500, it's gone beyond the measurement capability of the AQI machines, and other countries are even issuing health advisories for their citizens who are in Delhi. Now addressing the pollution crisis, Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa issued an apology for the poor air, stating that it's impossible for any elected government to reduce AQI in a mere span of 9 to 10 months. Also talking about how the BJP government in Delhi has only been in power for 9 to 10 months. And then, of course, he went on to blame the previous Delhi government led by the Aam Aadmi Party for the pollution problem in the state, further calling the pollution issue a disease created by Kejriwal Sarkar.
मैं एवरेज AQI की बात जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हर महीने हम बेहतर देने में कामयाब हुए। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं। 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके, ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके चल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का AQI कम करा है, और इसी तरह अगर कम करते जाएंगे तो ही दिल्ली को साफ हवा देनी संभव है। ये 12-10 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की बीमारियां, 11 साल की और 15 साल की कांग्रेस की बीमारी जो है, जो अभी राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी मास्क लगाकर कहने की बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं राहुल और प्रियंका जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कहां थे आपके मास्क पिछले साल? पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा पोल्यूशन था।
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you highlights from the Prime Minister's visit to Jordan.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus. Fareed, welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Amman, Jordan, marking the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations between India and the Hashemite Kingdom. This is also the first full-fledged visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Jordan in 37 years. But what made today's visit especially special was Jordanian Crown Prince Al Hussein bin Abdullah II personally drove Prime Minister Modi to the Jordan Museum. It was a special gesture reflecting the warmth of ties between India and the Arab nation. The car ride comes weeks after the PM travelled with Putin in his car when the Russian president visited the capital. The two leaders also shared a car ride in Tianjin, China, on the sidelines of the SCO summit. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals.
I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It is a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. The fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. And after 10 days of manhunt, the Luthra brothers are back in India after deportation from Thailand. What happens next and who will take the custody of the Luthra brothers? We'll get you all the latest on that story. Also on Prime 5, there is an ISIS link which has now been established to the mass shooting at Sydney's Bondi Beach. Lots more lined up for you on the show, but first the headlines on Prime 5. 10 days after they fled India post-Goa blaze, Luthra brothers back in Delhi. Luthras to face law to be interrogated by Goa police. Showdown over G Bill in Parliament. Congress stages massive stir in Parliament complex. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Shashi Tharoor slam centre for scrapping MGNREGA. Centre calls it Bill for Ram Rajya. Relief for Gandhi is the National Herald case. Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case. ED to challenge special court's order. Bihar Chief Minister quotes controversy, pulls a hijab down from a child's face during a government event in Patna. BJP hits back, posts old video of Gehlot removing a woman's ghungat. Poll body releases draft Bengal voter list. A total of 58 lakh names deleted after the special intensive revision. "13 killed in multi-car pile-up on expressway. Dense fog causes pile-up on Delhi-Agra expressway." All right, 10 days after the massive fire at Goa nightclub, the Luthra brothers have been dragged back to India. 25 people were killed in the nightclub fire. The Luthra brothers then fled to Thailand hours after the blaze at their club. Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra were taken into custody by the Thai authorities after their passports were suspended, paving the way for their deportation. Well, NDTV has accessed their visuals inside the aircraft which brought them back. They landed in Delhi and were taken into custody by the police.
As per the procedure, they will be taken to a Delhi court where police officials will take their transit remand to Goa. Now remember, the Luthra brothers have been charged with culpable homicide among other charges. They were deported from Thailand earlier today. 25 people died in the Goa nightclub blaze on 6th of December. And within hours of that killer blaze, the brothers Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra booked a flight and fled to Phuket. Goa police sought Interpol's assistance to trace them and drag them back to India. Earlier today, they landed in New Delhi. Let's tell you more about the revelations made and perhaps what happens next in the Luthra brothers case. So like I mentioned that the nightclub was operating on expired license. These are some of the Goa police revelations made so far. For a span of 18 months, the Luthra brothers were running the club on expired license. There was no permission obtained since 2024. And there has been no action taken against their club, the Birch Romeo Lane Club in North Goa, since the fire incident. It was only after the killer blaze that there was some kind of an action which was taken. Apart from this, there's also a lot of money laundering issue which has arisen against the Luthra brothers. They are linked to a network of 42 shell companies. So these are some of the revelations made by the Goa police. The Luthra brothers are back in India after 10 days of manhunt, but let's now rewind and tell you how the Luthra brothers were nabbed. So December 6th, that's when a major fire broke out at Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub in North Goa. After this, on December 7th, that's immediately after the fire broke out, the Luthra brothers booked their Phuket tickets while the rescue operations were underway in their very own club. Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, they fled India 4 hours, exactly 4 hours after the blaze on December 6th. And well, the authorities swung into action because on December 8th and 9th, the Interpol assistance was sought and a blue corner notice was issued against the Luthra brothers. Apart from that, MEA also suspended their passport. There were a slew of actions taken against the Luthra brothers. Passport cancellation procedure also began 2 days approximately after the blaze. And then on December 10th and 11th, the Thai authorities detained the brothers in Phuket. Ironically, they flew an Indigo flight and they were detained at an Indigo hotel at Petong in Phuket. On December 12th, emergency travel documents were issued for the Luthra brothers. And today, on December 16th, the Luthra brothers have been deported back to India. The custody at the Indira Gandhi International Airport is right now taking place. And the Luthra brothers, after being produced to the court, they will be taken to Goa for more questioning. And well, for more on this, my colleagues who have been tracking the story very closely are joining me live. Anushka and Nupur are joining me on Prime 5. Anushka, first to you, what's the latest that you can add to this? As of now, where are the Luthra brothers? Because they are scheduled to be produced in the Patiala House Court.
That's right, Rahisha. We're right now outside the Delhi Indira Gandhi International Airport, and few moments from now, the Luthra brothers are expected outside of the airport, because we have seen that this is a long process. Luthra brothers are no ordinary passengers. There was an Interpol blue corner notice issued against them. That is why the legalities are taking time. But anytime soon, they will be taken outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport and will be taken to the Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will be seeking remand for the Luthra brothers. After that, they will be taken to the same club where the fire broke out. Both of the Luthra brothers are directors there. 5 people have been taken into custody. We have seen Ajay Gupta, who was taken into custody by the Goa police from Delhi. Now he is also being questioned, and also he has in fact said that he was a silent partner in this whole case, and that is how he came to know when the fire broke out. He travelled from Goa to Delhi and was in fact staying in Delhi, after which the Goa police have arrested him. Now I'll request my camera person to pan around and show you the visual right now outside the Delhi airport. We are seeing a lot of movement happening here. The Delhi police, who will be accompanying the Goa police till Patiala House Court, are right now outside here. We are seeing the paramilitary force and also CRPF police forces along with the airport security, who are right now outside of the very gate from where the Luthras are expected to come out soon after the immigration and all the legal process and formalities are done. And after that, they will be taken to the hospital where the MLC will be conducted, and after that, they will be taken to Patiala House.
Right, Anushka.
After taking both the brothers in remand, the Goa police...
Right, Anushka. You've given us the latest from outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the Luthra brothers will be exiting in moments from now and will be produced at the Patiala House Court. And my colleague Nupur is now joining me live from outside the Patiala House Court. Nupur, what can we expect in the proceedings? Because as we speak right now, the Luthra brothers are perhaps staring at life sentence.
Well, our sources from the Luthra brothers end have suggested that they are preparing a bail petition to present in the court today. But we have also reached out to the lawyers representing the Goa police, and they have confirmed to us that for now, it is today they will be just produced before the magistrates court, that is in the Delhi Patiala House Court. They will be produced for transit remand, and Goa police is looking forward to take
Nupur, I'm afraid we'll have to stop in there. We have another set of breaking news coming in at this point of time. We'll come back to you shortly. Now, this is regarding the Bondi attack there in Australia. Official statement by the Hyderabad police on the Bondi attack. Telangana police statement on the attack there. They've said the shooter, Sajid Akram, has an Indian passport. The attackers have been identified as Sajid Akram, 50-year-old father, and his son, Naveed Akram, 24-year-old son. The statement now by the official statement by Hyderabad police clearly says that the shooter, the father, Sajid Akram, has an Indian passport. And Sajid Akram, 50-year-old man who was killed on the spot, is originally from Hyderabad in India. He completed his BCom degree in Hyderabad and migrated to Australia in search of employment approximately 27 years ago. Now, one of the Bondi attackers, we're talking about Sajid Akram, the 50-year-old father, is from India. That's the statement right now given out by the police officials there in Hyderabad, clearly outlining that Sajid Akram immigrated to Australia 27 years ago. But Sajid Akram, the shooter of the Bondi attack, has an Indian passport. And he was carrying the Indian passport on date. And his son, Naveed Akram, and daughter were born in Australia, and they are Australian citizens. But Sajid Akram, the 50-year-old man, in his car, there were IEDs and also ISIS flags which were found. He has an Indian passport. All right, reading the statement of the official statement by the Hyderabad police on Bondi, and I'm quoting here, the attackers have been identified as Sajid Akram and his son Naveed Akram. Reports indicate that they were inspired by ISIS ideology, and Sajid Akram is originally from Hyderabad in India. He completed his BCom degree in Hyderabad and then shifted to Australia in search of employment. That's approximately 27 years ago. Remember, viewers, Sajid Akram is one of the shooters of the Bondi attack there in Australia. For more on this, my colleague Ashish is now joining me live. Ashish, what more can you tell us? Latest revelation that has emerged apart from the ISIS link which was established. Sajid Akram, the 50-year-old man, one of the shooters, has an Indian passport and is from Hyderabad.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So far, what we have learned from Hyderabad police sources, in fact, Hyderabad police have issued an official statement also on this whole episode, this incident, where Hyderabad police has found that this particular person, 50-year-old Sajid, he is a native of Hyderabad. He left Hyderabad in 1998, some 27 years ago. He studied here in Hyderabad. He studied commerce here. After having commerce graduation, he left to Australia on a student visa. And since then, he was not very connected with his family. In fact, his father died in 2017. And what our police sources are confirming us that during the death of his father also, he did visit Hyderabad or made any contact with the family. He last visited Hyderabad in 2022 to settle certain properties. He has a property dispute with few of his relatives. To clear those dispute as well as property, he visited Hyderabad in 2022. He currently had an Indian passport which he had acquired from Hyderabad. He was continuing that Indian passport in Australia itself. However, his son, who was also killed and named as an accused in the Bondi Beach attack case, he is an Australian citizen, as well as a daughter of him also born in Australia. So far, police agencies here in Hyderabad, they are investigating any further link, any further dubious action of Sajid here in Hyderabad. But so far, they haven't found any connection, any direct connection of Sajid to Hyderabad.
All right, Ashri, we'll come back to you shortly. My colleague Aditya is now joining me live. Aditya, there still needs to be more investigation on to the factors that led to the radicalization of Sajid Akram, because he seldom visited India and he rather shifted to Australia in 1998.
Well, that's right, Rahisha. This is big development coming at this. We are breaking this first on NDTV. This is a statement that we have received from Telangana Police. I just received this statement a few minutes ago. The Telangana Police has for the first time confirmed that the Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia mass shooting suspect and terrorist Sajid Akram, who was shot down by the Australian police, is originally from India. He's from Hyderabad in India. From the western part of Hyderabad, in fact. And he was involved in this shooting. He was radicalized perhaps by the ISIS online. And what we also know at this particular stage is that there was continuously investigation that was underway from the Australian side, but the Indian side for the first time confirming that there is this Indian connection with it. But he studied in Hyderabad. He did his BCom from Hyderabad. Then in 1998, for better employment, he left for Australia. And for the last 27 years, Sajid Akram had been staying in Australia. He is carrying an Indian passport even now, but his son, Naveed, is in fact an Australian citizen because he was born in Australia. So that's a big development coming in. As of now, there is no criminal record or any details that the Hyderabad police or the Telangana police has identified in regard to Sajid Akram or any of his family members, but the investigations continue. We know that members of the Telangana police as well as intelligence agencies have quizzed family members of Sajid Akram who are in Hyderabad even today, their parents and other relatives, but they have said that they had broken relations with them and he was not in contact. There was some kind of a property dispute also that was underway in the last 3 years. It's being said that in 2022, Sajid Akram perhaps had visited Hyderabad last time, but since then had been away. But now it's a matter of investigation. The Indian side, the Indian investigative agencies and Indian intelligence will be cooperating with the Australian side as well. That's what we are learning. The Indian intelligence will be sharing whatever details they get about Sajid Akram with the Australian side, and then further course of action will be taken. As of now, it is clear that Sajid Akram and Naveed Akram were radicalized by ISIS, perhaps online or from Philippines angle. But there is no other India connection in this, apart from the fact that Sajid Akram was originally from India. Apart from that, there is nothing that has originated from India, be it radicalization, terror, or extremism.
Right, Aditya. So no India link apart from the fact that Sajid Akram, the 50-year-old man who was killed on the spot, he carried an Indian passport, but he seldom visited India. We will be tracking this story closely. Let's also now tell you about the other angle of the Bondi story, the Bondi attack which took place over the weekend. Well, yesterday on the show, we told you how the father-son duo, Sajid and Naveed Akram, who opened fire on families during a Hanukkah event, had IEDs and ammunition. A short while ago, we told you that Sajid Akram had an Indian passport. But what the Australian authorities have also said is that there were homemade ISIS flags which were also found in their car, in the car of the father-son duo, Sajjad and Naveed Akram. The New South Wales police confirmed the younger attacker's vehicle contained IEDs and 2 homemade ISIS flags. So the Australian authorities have clearly outlined that there has been radicalization which has taken place on the father-son duo, perhaps deepening fears that the massacre at the Bondi Beach was a part of a broader attack plot than what was initially believed. And staying on with this story, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited a Sydney hospital to pay a visit to a man who disarmed an apparent gunman during Sunday's mass shooting in Bondi. Albanese described Ahmed Al-Ahmed, that's the hero's name. Tributes have been pouring in for him as a true Australian hero. And well, Albanese also met the Australian hero who disarmed the gunman at the Sydney shooting. Take a listen.
Heart is strong. Thank you. Your courage is inspiring. Thank you very much.
All right. He is being hailed as a hero because Ahmed Al-Ahmed tackled the Bondi gunmen. Take a look at our next report about the hero of Australia.
In the immediate aftermath of one of the most devastating mass shootings in Australia's modern history, a video rapidly circulating on social media showed a man charging from behind and restraining a gunman. A Sydney resident who disarmed a terrorist during a deadly attack at Australia's Bondi Beach. His name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed, now being hailed as a hero. Father of two, Ahmed hid behind parked cars before charging at one of the terrorists from behind, seizing his rifle and knocking him to the ground. Following his act of bravery, his name spread widely, as did a detail that turned out to be wrong. Various media outlets and publications described Ahmed Al-Ahmed as a fruit shop owner. But the fact is that he's not a fruit seller from Sydney's Sutherland Shire. He is in fact the owner of a tobacco and specialty convenience store which he has operated since 2021. The misidentification spread rapidly as Australians searched for ways to express gratitude in the aftermath of the attack, which left at least 15 people dead and dozens more wounded. As a result, messages of gratitude were mistakenly sent to a fruit shop in southern Sydney that people believed belonged to Al-Ahmed. Sutherland Best Fresh quickly addressed the confusion. In a Facebook post on Monday morning, the owners wrote that they were deeply saddened by the tragedy in Bondi and clarified that there had been a misunderstanding regarding the hero's identity and business. They stated that they did not know Ahmed Al-Ahmed nor the location of any fruit shop associated with him, while praising his courage, wishing him a speedy recovery and offering prayers for all those affected by the attack. Al-Ahmed is now recovering in a hospital as tributes pour in for him. NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, a suspected New Year's Eve terror plot by an extremist group has been foiled by the federal authorities in the US. The FBI said it thwarted a credible and imminent terror threat, arresting 4 people accused of plotting coordinated bomb attacks across LA on New Year's Eve. FBI Director Kash Patel said that the suspects were members of a radical offshoot of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, or TLF, which is an extremist group described by the authorities as pro-Palestinian, anti-law enforcement and anti-government. He said that the arrest likely saved many lives. Here's a report. All right, we are telling you about the terror plot which has been thwarted in California. And of course, this comes few days after the ISIS-inspired terror attack in Australia's Bondi Beach. But our next report is about the terror plot which has been foiled in California. Take a look.
Arrested 4 suspects just outside Los Angeles. FBI has confirmed that a dangerous and organized plan to bomb multiple targets across the region was stopped before it could unfold.
Over the weekend, my office, along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert.
According to officials, the plot was meticulously planned, with suspects allegedly scouting locations and testing explosive devices in a remote desert area. 4 individuals identified by federal prosecutors were taken into custody in the Mojave Desert as they were allegedly building and rehearsing the attack. Officials described the suspects as members of a far-left anti-government extremist group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front, a faction set to oppose capitalism and the government. Investigators seized bomb-making components, detailed plans, and documents outlining coordinated attacks, including step-by-step instructions for assembling explosive devices. Attorney General Pam Bondi praised the work of federal and local law enforcement, saying this could have been a catastrophic attack if not intercepted. The 4 suspects face charges including conspiracy and possession of unregistered destructive devices, and prosecutors say additional charges could be coming as the investigation continues. Vishal Vivek for NDTV World.
On that note, we slip into a very short break, but come right back. Lots lined up for you here on Prime 5.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app, and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025. A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down.
This isn't a free for all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed Zakaria. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine and France.
In Italy.
At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm Rahul Kanwal. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the
Welcome back. You're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigan. Shifting our focus to another big story. There was massive showdown in Parliament over the GNREGA Bill. This is the name of the bill replacing the MGNREGA Bill. In the Lok Sabha today, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan tabled and introduced the bill. But as soon as that was done, the opposition erupted in massive demonstrations there inside Parliament, mounting a strong demonstration against the centre's new bill to replace the Rural Job Guarantee Scheme, MGNREGA's. Senior Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that the new bill weakens the law and should be withdrawn. The Wayanad MP also said no law should be passed based on someone's, and I'm quoting Priyanka Gandhi Vadra here, whim, ambition and prejudice. Other opposition leaders also demonstrated. In fact, there were two demonstrations today, one before the bill was tabled and the next right after tabling of the bill. BJP, on the other hand, pointed to the improvements that they have made to the scheme, including giving more days of job guarantees. Take a listen to the political reactions on this.
उन्हीं के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है। और जहां तक मनरेगा का सवाल है, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कांग्रेस तो यूपीए तो केवल मनरेगा लेके आई थी, लेकिन 2,13,220 करोड़ रुपया यूपीए की सरकार ने मनरेगा पर खर्च किए थे। हमने 8,53,810 करोड़ रुपया गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए खर्च किए और इस योजना को और मजबूत करने की कोशिश की। और आज भी माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, तकलीफ क्या है? 100 दिन की गारंटी के बजाय हम 125 दिन की गारंटी दे रहे हैं। काम 125 दिन की गारंटी देने का काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, जो हमारे संविधान की जो मूल भावना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति के हाथों में शक्ति होनी चाहिए, वही मूल भावना पंचायती राज में है। और उस मूल भावना के विरोध है ये जो अधिनियम, जो ये विधेयक आ रहा है। सर, इस विधेयक के जो प्रबंधन है, जिससे रोजगार का जो अधिकार है, कानूनी अधिकार है, वो कमजोर हो रहा है, वो हमारे संविधान के विपरीत है। सर, ये हमारे इसी सदन ने ये कानून बनाया और इसी सदन ने ये अधिकार जनता को दिया है।
ओके।
सर, एक और है सर, महात्मा गांधी मनरेगा में 90% अनुदान केंद्र से आता था। इस विधेयक द्वारा ज्यादातर प्रदेशों में अब 60% आएगा, इसको घटाया गया है।
ओके।
सर, इससे प्रदेशों की अर्थव्यवस्था पर बहुत भार होगी और खास तौर से ये वे प्रदेश जिनकी अर्थव्यवस्था पहले से ही केंद्र की ओर से जीएसटी के बकाये के इंतजार में है।
ओके।
आप इंट्रोडक्शन के समय में आपने इतने लोगों को बोलने का मौका दिया, मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप हमेशा मौका देते हैं, मगर हम टाइम बाउंड है, हमारे पास बिजनेस है सरकार के पास। मैं सिर्फ और ये सुनने और ये भाग जाएंगे, ये सुनेंगे ना फिर भाग जाएंगे, चर्चा का मांग करता फिर भागेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जो देश हित में बिल पारित करना है वो तो हम पारित करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग बहस में हिस्सा लीजिए, हमारे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, हम लोग सुनने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं। मेरा सिर्फ लिमिटेड पॉइंट है, जब हम रूल 72 पे यहाँ इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ बिल पे अपोज करते हैं तो स्पेसिफिकली स्पीकर साहब ने बार बार याद दिलाया, we have to oppose the introduction of the bill only on the ground of the competence of making legislation of this house. इस सदन का लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस को ही सीमित रखे तो ठीक रहेगा। आप प्रेमचंद्र जी, आप पूरा आर्टिकल 343 में जा रहे, ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज एक्ट को सब जानता है। इस देश में 2 भाषा, यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया का 2 भाषा चलता है, हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों यूज कर सकते हैं। ये प्रथा तब से चलते आया है, आप इसको अननेसेसरी रूल 72 में आप इसको कोट कर रहे हैं। हमारा कोई आपत्ति नहीं, सब बोल सकते हैं। सिर्फ मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है सर कि अगर
आप तो अनलिमिटेड, आप तो इतनी सी रिक्वेस्ट करो कि वो आपको सुन ले।
ऐसा अनलिमिटेड बोलते जाएगा तो सरकार को तो रिस्पॉन्ड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि रूल 72 का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। समय का कीमत तो सबको समझना चाहिए।
For our nation and our nation's commitment to the welfare of its most vulnerable citizens. My first objection, Mr. Speaker, as with others, is the ill-advised decision to remove the name of the father of the nation for the reasons already given, which I will not repeat. But this is not just an administrative tweak, sir. It's an assault on the very spirit and philosophical foundation of this crucial program. Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Ram Rajya was never a purely political program. It was a socio-economic blueprint rooted in the empowerment of villages, and his unwavering faith in Gram Swaraj was part of his vision of Ram Rajya. So the original act, by bearing his name, acknowledged this profound connection that true employment guarantee and upliftment must flow from the grassroots, embodying his principle of the last man first. To remove the name Mahatma Gandhi is to strip the bill of its moral compass and its historical legitimacy, and then to have 2 languages in the title just to make the acronym G Ramji is not just a violation of Article 348 as pointed out in the previous discussion, but it also reminds me of a song, of a lyric from my childhood, sir. मेरे बचपन में ये गाते थे, देखो ये दीवानो ओ दीवानो ये काम मत करो, राम का नाम बदनाम मत करो. And in this particular case it's a real...
The Vikshit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, Gramin, VB, G Ramji. Sir, I oppose the idea of replacing the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi's name, with G. Ramji. Ramji is respected by people in the country, but to me, Mahatma Gandhi is much more relevant. This distortion of the name of the NREGA, MGNREGA, is something we object. We have other points of objection, like instead of being a demand-driven, it has become a supply-driven scheme.
In other news, a major political storm has erupted in Bihar after Chief Minister Nitish Kumar was caught on camera pulling down a woman's hijab. That's during an appointment letter distribution event for Ayush doctors. This video on your screens, this viral video shows the Chief Minister questioning the woman's headscarf and then forcibly pulling it down, even as officials and Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary appeared to intervene. The opposition has slammed the act, calling it humiliating and unacceptable. The RJD and Congress have shared the video demanding Nitish Kumar's resignation, saying that a woman's dignity and religious identity were publicly violated. Several leaders and public figures have also weighed in, saying that no authority has the right to humiliate an adult woman in public and that the Chief Minister owes an unconditional apology. JDU, meanwhile, has defended the Chief Minister's action, saying that the Chief Minister loves children, that he looked at the women as his child and that his action was out of mere and pure affection. Well, viewers, this is not the first time that the Bihar Chief Minister has found himself amid this controversy. Let's now take you through a list of controversies that Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has found himself in. All right, let's first tell you about this year itself. In March, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar was seen smiling and waving during National Anthem. Then, in May this year as well, the Chief Minister placed flower pot on the head of an IAS officer. In October then, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar put garland on a woman there despite being stopped. And then the latest one that we're telling you about here on the show, December this year, just today, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar pulls down hijab of a female doctor at a ceremony. Let's just take a listen to the political reactions that have been coming in on this.
शर्म करो मेरे भाई, ऐसे किसी को नहीं कहना चाहिए। जो नेता आप सबसे प्यार करता हो, सबका सम्मान करता हो, विपक्ष के कोई भी नेता किसी स्टेट में जाइएगा, कहीं ना कहीं ये लगता है कि विपक्ष के है, लेकिन हमारा नेता ऐसा है, कोई विपक्ष का लोग आता है, लगता है हम सबको लगता है, ये भी लगता है पक्ष का ही इसका काम कर रहे हैं या व्यवहार दे रहे हैं। उस नेचर उनका देखिए, नेता का जो नेचर था वो देखना चाहिए। नेता ने जो कल की बात घटना है, इस घटना में आप देख रहे होंगे, वो एक बेटी के समान है। हमारे नेता के नेता जैसे हम लोग हैं, भले हम एमएलए हो गए, लेकिन हम नेता के बेटा की तरफ जाते हैं, प्यार करते हैं, हम लोगों को प्यार करते हैं। जो बच्चियां हमारी हैं, छोटी बच्चियां हमारी हैं, बिटियां हमारी हैं, निश्चित तौर पर प्यार दुलार से आदमी को कहता है, सर पे हाथ रख देता है। जो उन्होंने दिखाया गया है, जो टीवी पे आ रहा था, वो देश को प्रदेश को दिखाना चाहती थी, बेटी हमारी बेटी कामयाब हुई है।
शर्म आनी चाहिए नीतीश बाबू को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, जिन्होंने उनके साथ मिलकर चुनाव लड़ा और सरकार बना रखी। किसी भी आदमी को अगर वो मानसिक रूप से संतुलित, तो ये अधिकार नहीं है कि हिंदू महिला घूंघट या पर्दा, मुस्लिम महिला जो पर्दा हिजाब लगा के करते हैं, कुछ लोग बुर्का पहन के करते हैं, उसे जिस तरह बलपूर्वक बेशर्मी के साथ, निर्लज्जता के साथ उस महिला को अस्पष्ट करते हुए हटाया है, वो किसी मुख्यमंत्री को क्या, एक साधारण आदमी को भी शोभा नहीं देता।
नीतीश कुमार एक प्रोग्राम में एक महिला के नकाब को खींचते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आप एक तरफ महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात करते हैं और दूसरी तरफ आप एक कार्यक्रम में महिलाओं का अपमान कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये एक महिला का अपमान नहीं है, बल्कि पूरे देश की महिलाओं का अपमान है। इस पर नीतीश कुमार को कोई सफाई देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, बल्कि पूरे देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी होगी और खुसूसन महिलाओं से माफी मांगनी होगी।
Shifting our focus to the poll-bound state of West Bengal, where there's been a development which has taken place, which will raise the political storm in the state. A total of 58 lakh names have been deleted from the state's draft voter list after the SIR to weed out duplication and errors. Out of these 58 lakh names, 24 lakh have been marked as dead, 19 lakh as relocated, 12 lakh as missing, and 1.3 lakh as duplicate. The publication of the draft list marks the end of the first phase of the SIR. Those whose names have been incorrectly excluded from the draft list can now raise objections and request corrections. Meanwhile, political war of words has started in West Bengal as this revision comes just ahead of the Bengal elections next year. TMC called it a conspiracy by the BJP and said that they will do everything to fight the conspiracy. BJP, on the other hand, said that internal security is a priority for the centre and that TMC and the previous left governments in Bengal have encouraged fake voters in the state. Take a listen to the reactions pouring in on the SIR showdown in poll-bound state of West Bengal.
बहुत ही अन्याय है। ये एक साजिश है बीजेपी को पश्चिम बंगाल से लेजिटिमेट वोटर को नाम काटने, बट हम लोग कोशिश चलाएंगे। हम सब जगह वोटर असिस्टेंट बूथ सेटअप किए हैं और हम 6 नंबर फॉर्म भर के फिर वोटर को इंप्रूव करने का काम करेंगे।
बड़ी संख्या है, नंबर बहुत ज्यादा है, 1.5 करोड़।
साजिश भी बहुत ज्यादा है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और इलेक्शन कमीशन का जॉइंट साजिश है। बड़ा साजिश है तो बड़ा नाम काटेगा।
तो आपको क्या लगता है अब नाम जुड़ पाएंगे? क्योंकि बिहार में
जुड़ पाएंगे। बिहार में ग्राउंड लेवल में अपोजिशन का उतना स्ट्रेंथ नहीं था हमारा, तो ग्राउंड लेवल में सभी हमारा है।
राजनीति के ऊपर रुझान का सवाल नहीं है। पूरा हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपना इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी से कंप्रोमाइज करने का मूड में नहीं है। वोटर लिस्ट का शुद्धिकरण हो रहा है। शुद्धिकरण प्रक्रिया में सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने भाग लिया, तृणमूल कांग्रेस भी लिया, और हम लोग विश्वास करते हैं ये 60 लाख पे शंका खत्म हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है। 1 करोड़ 70 लाख वोटर अब इस स्कैनर के नीचे है। देखिए
फाइनल ड्राफ्ट लिस्ट तक आ जाएगा।
फाइनल ड्राफ्ट।
And we're tracking this big story for you here on NDTV. The Luthra brothers, they have now been taken out of the Indira Gandhi International Airport here in New Delhi. They will now be taken to the Patiala House Court, and NDTV has been tracking the Luthras from the Delhi airport. NDTV has broken this first. These are the visuals, the first visuals you see on your screens right now of the Luthra brothers who are now exiting the Indira Gandhi International Airport here in New Delhi. This is after they landed in New Delhi earlier today from Thailand, after which the deportation was completed. These are the visuals of Luthra brothers there, wearing a black hoodie, a cap and a mask with glares with the Goa officials, the airport authorities. These are the visuals of the Luthra brothers who are now exiting the Delhi airport. They have come out of the Delhi airport, and the next where they will be taken is the Patiala House Court, where there is a hearing on them. Well, these are the visuals of the Luthra brothers. After 10 days of manhunt, the Luthra brothers were detained in Phuket in Thailand, and they have now reached India, and they are right now, as we speak, exiting the Delhi airport. My colleague Anushka has been tracking the story closely for you, and she joins me live from Delhi airport. Anushka, over to you.
That's right, Rahisha. The Luthra brothers have finally left the Delhi airport. It was a very long process because of the immigration, the immigration thing, and also because of how long the procedure was. Now we are seeing that both the brothers will be taken for the medical examination, and after that they will be going to Patiala House Court. Both the brothers have left Delhi airport after and also the arresting process that was being done by the Goa police. After here, they will be, going for the medical examination, and after transit remand, it is expected that they will be leaving Delhi late today night, and after that, they will be taken to Goa at the very spot of the Birch by Romeo Lane, bar, and now we are at. The investigating agencies are right now, taking them to the, Patiala House Court, after which they will be confronted with all the evidences. Total 5 people have been arrested in this case, and we are seeing that one more partner of the Luthras, the silent partner, who's Ajay Gupta, who has been taken to custody in Delhi, will be confronted with all the facts and details. We do know that 25 people lost their lives in the massive fire that took place in Goa at the Birch and Romeo Lane, which is in fact being co-owned by both the brothers. In Delhi also they had multiple offices. One such office, that is in Hudson Lane, is right now under the scanner of the investigating agencies, as they are trying to see why more than 40 companies were registered on a single address, and multiple directors were also registered in the same address. Now this is a classic case of potential money laundering, because of which the investigating agencies are leaving no stones unturned. He was not a regular passenger here this time. He was after being deported, he was brought back to the Delhi airport, and because of that, the legal proceedings took a little much more time than what it used to take, frequently. But now we are seeing that finally both the brothers have been brought back to the Indian soil, and soon they will be facing justice. They will be taken by the Goa police. And after that, we will in fact show you the visuals of how they will be deported back to, they have been deported to India, and now they will be taken by the Goa police to Goa at the very same place where, this whole incident took place. The investigating agencies are trying to make sure as to how the whole, cafe was in fact being run in the first place, when there were no legal license at that particular place. Every license was obtained by wrongful manner, because of which there was a huge question of authenticity as to how this was in fact being run by both the brothers. This was one of the cafes that was a premium cafe for both the brothers, and we are showing you the visuals of how the luggage of both the brothers are right now being kept inside the Delhi police vehicle. From here, they will be taken to the Patiala House Court, and after that, they will be taken back to Goa to confront them with all the details and hard facts about how this whole incident took place. And rather than taking responsibility, they took a flight. After 90 minutes, they booked the flight, and a few hours from that, they took the flight to Thailand. They stayed in Thailand for a few days when Thai agencies detained them, and after that they were taken to Bangkok, where all the legal proceedings were done, and finally they are back in India. The legal proceedings have been completed. They will be taken to Patiala House Court, and after that they will be taken to Goa, after which the whole case will be in fact taken by the Goa police, and they will try to confront them with all the evidences that they have obtained so far.
Right, Anushka, you've given us a lowdown of all that has happened and transpired in the few days. These are the visuals on your screens of the Luthra brothers exiting the Delhi airport. NDTV was also the first channel to be on board the aircraft, the Indigo airplane, which brought the Luthra brothers back to India. Anushka, you've been tracking this story since morning. They, like you also mentioned, they will be produced before the Patiala House Court. Talk to us about the charges that they face, because we've been learning that the Luthra brothers right now, they stare at 10-year jail term or life sentence.
That's right, Rahisha. Among other charges, they are in fact charged with culpable homicide because of all the negligence that was happening at the club in Goa. They had wrongfully obtained all the licenses. There were no proper NOC for that particular restaurant bar where this incident took place. And after the incident took place, where 25 people lost their lives, most of them were the workers of that particular club, and also customers, and 5 tourists who were inside there enjoying.
Right, and Anushka, stay with us. My colleague Tejshri is also joining me live. Tejshri, you've been tracking the story. You were in Phuket, and now you were also on the aircraft with the Luthra brothers there. What are you picking up at this point of time? Because what we're learning, the visuals on the screens, the Luthra brothers are exiting the Delhi airport right now.
Well, absolutely. NDTV only channel to confront them, to ask them the questions so as to they are responsible for the deaths of 25 individuals. The innocent lives were lost because of them. And why were they absconding? Why did they flee the country? That's the sequence, the exclusive confrontational sequence that we had asked the Luthra brothers. And apart from that, also, in fact, remember that now they will be taken for the medical and also taken for the production. As of now, what we got to know is that they were taken. The Goa police arrested them and forced that. Also, in fact, the immigration formalities were completed, and then the Goa police completed the arresting formalities, and then they were formally arrested at Bangkok Detention Center. Not just that, but also inside the flight as well. NDTV was the first channel to capture the visuals of Luthra brothers, Gaurav Luthra, Saurabh Luthra, from inside the flight. And also remember that the manner in which they flee the country, that was also quite suspicious. And that is why, in fact, they have been stating that they flee the country because they did not flee the country, but they kept on saying that they went to Bangkok, they went to, I beg your pardon, they went to Thailand for some kind of business work. Now, what business work was this? These Luthra brothers will have to clarify definitely to the authorities as to what kind of business work they were talking about. But as of now, what we are getting to know is that they will be taken for the medical, and then they will be produced in the court, and then finally the custody will be the Goa police will be taking them to Goa. The incident took place, the crime scene will be recreated, what actually happened over there, the illegal aspects of building the Romeo lane over there will also be in fact tracked. Now remains to be seen that what happens next as far as the entire procedure is concerned. But NDTV will keep you posted, keep you ahead on all the updates as far as the deportation is concerned.
Right, Tejshri, like you mentioned, you were inside the aircraft there. We were the first channel to break that visuals of Luthra brothers. Thank you, Tejshri. And Anushka, for tracking this story and getting us the latest right now. We'll, of course, be tracking the story very closely. The latest right now is the Luthra brothers have exited the Delhi airport. Those are the visuals on your screens, and they will be taken to the Patiala House Court next. Well, on that note, we slip into a very short break, but come right back. Lots lined up for you here on NDTV 24/7.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्जर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025. A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed Zakaria. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Nationwide at 6 on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, an action-packed show, as I always say, lined up for you. We'll start with the big political relief also in a way for the Gandhis. They have been, in fact, given relief by the court in the National Herald case. The pet peeve, something that the BJP used as one of their weapons to, in fact, hit out at the Gandhi family. An important development in that. I'll get you all the latest details on it. And then we'll, of course, shift our focus to the other big passion of the country, the IPL mega auction, in fact, which are taking place today. Who's been sold? Who are the uncapped players? Those who have gotten a lot of money? Which player started some sort of a war as far as the franchise are concerned? I'll get you all the latest details. We'll be joined by Preeti Daya as well on that. But let's first begin with our top focus here on the broadcast, that is the National Herald case. National Herald has been something of a beating stick used by the Bharatiya Janata Party to hit out every single time, anything that the Enforcement Directorate, its sources, would leak about the investigation in this case. Because remember, it's a high-profile case where Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and top leadership of the Congress Party were in fact the accused as far as this case is concerned. It has been something which has been one time and again been used by the opposition of the Congress Party, the BJP primarily, to say that the top leadership of the family, of the Gandhi family, the top leadership of the Congress Party themselves are the ones, those who are facing corruption charges, and hence with what face do they accuse the BJP of any sort of misdoing? Now, it's been a big development today, a big relief for the Gandhi families, as a court in Delhi has refused to take cognizance of the Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case against Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and 5 others in the National Herald case. The Rouse Avenue Court, in fact, in its judgment, has said that the ED complaint under PMLA is not maintainable without an FIR being registered, noting that the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing has already filed one. The court also said that it would be premature to rule on the ED's plea at this stage, though the Enforcement Directorate can continue its investigation. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, the chronology of all this. It was first the CBI almost 12.5 years back, which registered a case on the complaint, on a private complaint of Subramaniam Swamy, the former BJP Rajya Sabha MP. His allegations, personal allegations, were taken and investigation was started by the CBI, and then the Enforcement Directorate jumped in. It's very recent that the Delhi police has also registered an FIR in this, where many, in fact, in the legal fraternity would saying possibly an afterthought. But all that, of course, will be for the courts to decide, courts to understand. Now, this has come as a big shot in arm for the Congress party's top leadership. I want to very quickly at this moment go across and tell you what exactly did the court say while granting this relief, or, the cognizance, not taking the cognizance as far as this charge sheet is concerned of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Delhi court rejected ED's charge sheet in the National Herald case, and this is being touted as a big relief, optics also now in favor of the Congress party. Court refused to take cognizance, saying that the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet is not even maintainable. How did the ED jump in without an FIR being filed on it? That's what the court said. The court said the case is based on a private complaint, which is not fair. How can a private complaint, anybody can make complaint against anyone, and without even registering an FIR, how can the Enforcement Directorate, an agency, can jump in on this? The court also, in fact, said that it's premature to educate on the Enforcement Directorate's case at this stage. The court also said the ED may continue its probe in the case because there is an FIR which has been registered by the Delhi police as far as the case against the Gandhi family is concerned. In the National Herald case, both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, as I said, are have been charged as far as this case goes. This has been one of the big charge against the Gandhis. Now, after what the courts, in fact, the Rouse Avenue Court said on this, the Congress is taking it as a big victory and have also claimed that this is a clear-cut example of how agencies are being used against the opposition. Listen in.
मैम, नेशनल हेराल्ड में जो बड़ी राहत मिली है मैम, ईडी के चार्जशीट में संज्ञान लेने से मना कर दिया।
राहत नहीं है, वो न्याय है
जी।
समझे आप?
यस मैम। मैम, क्या कहेंगे? सत्य की जीत हुई मैम, प्रियंका जी। मैम, सत्य की जीत हुई, आप क्या कहेंगे?
देश ऐसा है कि अंत में सत्य की जीत होती ही है इस देश में।
All right, so this is what Priyanka Gandhi had to say on this big relief. Let me also play out at this moment, or at least put it out for you, what Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the IT cell chief of the BJP, has said after this is being seen as a big relief when it comes to the Gandhi family. Amit Malviya, in fact, went on to say that the court has opined that since Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now registered an FIR, the ED can make further submissions in the case and not in the one based on the complaint filed by Subramaniam Swamy before the magistrate. FIR makes ED submission under PMLA maintainable and procedurally tenable. So the BJP says, listen, don't jump the gun on this, and don't think that it's all a relief for the Gandhi family. It's just that the Enforcement Directorate has been told what they did is something that they should not have. And now a Delhi police FIR, that is something that the court will take cognizance of. Let me very quickly at this moment to try and understand both politically and legally what this means for the Congress and for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me bring in Vivek Tankha, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party and also a senior lawyer, and we'll also then go across to Nalin Kohli of the Bharatiya Janata Party, a lawyer as well, to try and understand both political and legal ramifications as far as this case is concerned. Mr. Tankha, let me begin with you. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. The court has not taken cognizance of this case, sir. I want to understand the charge sheet which was filed by the Enforcement Directorate based on the complaint of the CBI and, of course, based on the individual complaint of Subramaniam Swamy. The court says their plea is not maintainable. What does this mean for Rahul and Sonia Gandhi? Both are accused in this case.
It only means that the entire action of ED was without jurisdiction and against the law, which means that the settled law is that there has to be an FIR registered by police to initiate any action under PMLA. That is the settled law. Now, even that settled law was unsettled in this case by commencing proceedings of PMLA on the basis of a private complaint filed by Mr. Swamy. Now, a private complaint is not an FIR. It's a complaint by an individual. And that was not the law. And the entire hounding operation and the defamatory operation that took place over the years was only to defame Congress party and the Gandhi family. And now it has come out true. And this is what I call Satyameva Jayate. Justice lives in this country, and justice even lives at the level of magistracy. You know, we normally would look to Supreme Court for big judgments. Now, today, I'm proud of the fact that the trial court in Delhi has shown the right way in a very courageous way.
You know, both the ED and the BJP has been saying that it's an erroneous judgment and it will be challenged in the higher courts. Mr. Tankha.
This is an option always with the other side, which has lost the case. This is their legal right, so I can't challenge their legal right. But I'm sure even if they go up in appeal, what are they going to achieve? I mean, if the law is that there has to be an FIR, this is what the Supreme Court has said in Vijay Chaudhary's case. And it has been then reiterated in lots of other cases that there has to be a predicate offense. Now, if there is no predicate offense, how did the ED even commence its proceedings? That's the question we are asking. But but there is one issue which I feel I think the court has given its opinion, but I think it seems to be contrary to law, that a copy of the FIR will not be provided to the accused persons. Now, that is completely contrary to the criminal jurisprudence that we have known. Now, if you don't give a copy of the FIR to the affected people, then how will they challenge it? How will they go to the next higher court and say this is wrong? And then it's an accusation. Why are you trying to protect that accusation? Keep it confidential. What is confidential about an FIR? The law is in 24 hours. It should be filed. It should give it to the court, and the party affected.
Okay, Mr. Tankha, let me ask you this then. Is there an understanding that because BJP and I just played out what Mr. Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party also said, that there is nothing to celebrate as far as the Gandhis are concerned. There is a hearing which is scheduled as far as the FIR which has been registered by the EOW, the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police. Is there an understanding that this possibly was an afterthought? There was an understanding that the ED could not be on very solid grounds, and hence the Delhi police jumped in right in the end.
This is a complete afterthought. When they realize they are not succeeding before the trial court, I am sure during the course of arguments, this realization must have dawned on them. Even their counsels are well-read counsels. They must have read the Supreme Court judgments. They must not be knowing the law. So this is an afterthought which came to register an FIR. So to revalidate the proceedings which have already taken place. Now, how can you revalidate a proceeding which is based upon no jurisdiction? I mean, that has to end. Now you have registered a FIR. Now, this FIR, the new FIR will have to be judged on its own merits. It can be challenged also. Now, for that, they say, no, it is confidential, it can't be given to you. So actually, you're turning the criminal jurisprudence upside down. It's not a question of Gandhi's. It's also not a question of Congress. This is not the way to hound your political opponents, because today we may be your opponent, tomorrow you could be in the same position and we could be the ruling party. Okay. The rule of law must prevail in this country, and somewhere I always feel that police administration also and the investigating machineries, as Supreme Court has opined in Prakash Singh's case, you have to separate that from the hands of the government. Okay. Otherwise, in India, these agencies have become a tool of the ruling party. No, this is not a good thing.
Can I then, ask you further, sir? And in conclusion, let me ask you this. The Congress today is celebrating, calling it a big relief for Sonia and Rahul Gandhi and your leadership, other leaders, those who were named in this. I remember when the IRCT case came in and the cognizance was taken against Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. At that point of time, the Congress said it is just a matter of procedure, while the BJP was, in fact, calling it prima facie admission of guilt. Is the Congress reading too much? It is just a matter of procedure. The ED can still come in on the FIR which the Delhi police had registered.
No, but for the last 3, 4, 5 years, National Herald was their biggest red flag against the Congress party. As if the Gandhi family has done some great wrong, and they have taken over properties belonging to AJL. Nothing of that sort has happened. Everything has happened with full consent, with full consciousness. It's a two-company relationship. Nobody is objected to it. No congressman has objected. No AGL person has objected. I don't know how between two consenting parties a private party can step in and ED can step in.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tankha, for speaking to me at this moment and presenting the Congress side of the story on this, very important issue. Remember, for the last 12 years, wherever anything on this came out, it was a war of words between the BJP and the Congress party. So today, of course, the Congress, in all its right, is celebrating. They are taking this as a stamp that the court does not even think it's fit to, in fact, go into the arguments of this case when it comes to the Enforcement Directorate, because it doesn't stand the proper legal grounds. Let me bring you the other side as well. Where is the BJP on this? Nalin Kohli, lawyer, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is joining me at this moment. Mr. Kohli, thank you so much for speaking to us. Let me ask you, sir, the court today has refused to take cognizance of the FIR filed by the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate based on the complaint of Mr. Subramaniam Swamy, once your own, now of course a pariah. But what do you make of this? Because, the court very clearly, more or less, says that the case doesn't stand proper legal ground. Isn't this an embarrassment for the Enforcement Directorate and possibly the opposition, the BJP as well, which was taking this case as a corruption case against the Gandhis?
It's neither an embarrassment for the agencies, nor can I consider it as part of the process, because actually the court has erred. And it has not applied its mind to A, the law of the Supreme Court, and B, there's a contradiction in its finding. So let's understand. The ED would always act either on a predicate offense or on a complaint. There's a three-judge bench judgment of the Supreme Court, Vijay Madan Lal Sharma, in 2022 in para 191 clearly says that the ED, before undertaking an attachment, there has to be an FIR or a complaint. Now, a complaint may be a private complaint or another complaint. So therefore, where the judge has erred, and this is certainly going to be challenged by the ED, I expect, as a lawyer, there's erred the judge by saying that, no, you can't take cognizance on a complaint or a private complaint because that is against the law of the Supreme Court in a three-judge bench. The second argument is the contradiction. On one hand, the judge is saying that you can't take cognizance because it's on a complaint. On the other hand, he says that because an FIR is there of the EOW, ED will subsume it. So, without prejudice, that's a contradiction, because if that FIR exists, then both ingredients are there. So I expect the ED to challenge it. That is for the ED to decide and its legal team. But more importantly, I'll be surprised if the Congress party doesn't challenge it, because of the argument that it will be subsumed, the ED will subsume the FIR or the FIR of the EOW, then the Congress is in deep trouble. So I don't know what the Congress is celebrating about.
Okay, but the Congress and the opposition is using this as an example of how agencies are being misused, as court even refused to take cognizance. They are saying that, on a private complaint, you have gone ahead and filed this case where the court today says that it doesn't even stand the proper legal scrutiny.
I think that's a convenient political argument. It's not based on law. And more importantly, this is not a discharge. This is not a certificate of innocence. This is a technical point that is bound to be challenged, and there's no reason why that this would not be overturned, as I just explained the law. So, I mean, if the Congress party is so interested in celebrating what perhaps is not even a minor hiccup in the larger context of things, let them celebrate it. But this is not a discharge. They may have a ground to celebrate if there was a discharge, but that seems very difficult given the facts of the AGL case, because the Associated Journal's press case has serious questions about young Indians. The fact that for no money, all assets worth hundreds and thousands of crores gets transferred to an entity controlled by the Nehru-Gandhi family and its close confidants. And in effect, this is funds for public money or public purpose going into a private company, or at least in terms of its control, a completely tightly controlled entity. So I'm surprised that the Congress party is celebrating this.
But Mr. Kohli, that is for the court to take cognizance. These are the charges that the ED also made. In fact, in this case, at this moment, it stands, nowhere. But let me ask you this. Your opponents are saying, first it was the CBI based on the private complaint of Subramaniam Swamy, then came the Enforcement Directorate on the same complaint, and now because the the ED or the prosecuting agencies knew that they are on a weak wicket, Delhi police came in later. Multiple agencies being used, FIR now being in fact an afterthought to put pressure on the Gandhis.
Straightforward answers that are finally the Nehru Gandhi family members out on bail or not? Have they not faced problems in the income tax case? Have they been discharged anywhere? Is there a certificate of innocence? No. Every one of these questions, the answer is no. So, I mean, what is this about the explanation? The explanation from the Congress party on the AGL or the Associated Journal Press National Herald case is not convincing. Finally, let's put it in a different way. The Congress party is a political party. It's not a bank. Why did it give loans to AGL?
Okay.
I mean, what is it? You collect funds under the Representation of People's Act. You take an income tax exemption, and then you don't use these funds for political purposes, and you transfer it to a newspaper or an organization running the newspaper. Now, you may take the argument, oh, this is very close to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and the freedom movement. So the next question is, can the Congress party issue, for example, a loan to Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Mrs. Sonia Gandhi or Mrs. Priyanka Vadra Gandhi? Because they are, after all, the first family? No. So why then a loan to a company outside the Congress party, and on what basis? Okay. And how can you do that when you are getting exemptions under the Income Tax Act, and this is not permitted under the Representation of People's Act? Number two, then why are these loans written off? And three, why are they transferred to young Indians, which is in effect a Nehru Gandhi family entity?
Those arguments so now, of course, will be something that would be in the purview when it comes to the court. You've been, in fact, saying about this, and so has been the Congress party putting their side. But let me ask you, sir, my last question on this. When the court took cognizance of the... Mr. Kohli, if you can hear me, sir.
That is apparent in
Mr. Kohli, if you can hear me, sir.
Order that has been passed by the magistrate, and the revisional court clearly sees that the settled law of the Supreme Court has not been applied. Para 191 of Vijay Madan Lal Sharma.
Mr. Kohli, if you can hear me, sir, when the court took cognizance of the IRCT case against the Lalu Prasad family, the BJP cheered about this and said this is prima facie a statement of their guilt. So when the court refuses to take cognizance in the National Herald case, should that be taken as prima facie innocence for the Gandhis?
You need to understand that eventually the question is, what is the judicial application, the application of judicial mind? And according to me as an advocate, there's been lack of that application in this order. There is apparently and clearly an error in terms of this order of the magistrate being actually against the settled law of the Supreme Court and a three-judge bench. Para 191 is the para you should lead it or reproduce it in your program of this judgment. And the contradiction that is there in terms of saying that the FIR will get subsumed, the EOW FIR will get subsumed. So therefore, this is 100% going to move into revision. And that, of course, I must point out that the ED is very ably represented by the Additional Solicitor General, Mr. S.V. Raju, who's one of the top criminal lawyers and legal minds of the country.
Okay.
So, I mean, in fairness to say, if an error is committed by the judge, and if that's a source of celebration, good luck to the Congress. But I think the ED has a very, very strong case, and particularly in terms of challenging this order.
All right, sir. It's a matter of perspective. In fact, like you said, if the Gandhis are celebrating today, it was the BJP which was celebrating, even with the slightest of the news coming in on this case from the Enforcement Directorate, or whether it was the IRCTC. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for talking to me on this very important story. I want to move on now to the big political storm which, in fact, has erupted in Bihar after Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister, was caught on camera pulling. I want to show you this, ladies and gentlemen. Can we zoom in on this? Just here, just come, let the jib come here. There is a woman where the Chief Minister, in fact, is handing over some sort of a certificate to her, but there he pulls her hijab. And this has created a huge political controversy. This was during an appointment letter distribution event for the Ayush doctors. This woman, who is an Ayush doctor, had gone, and Nitish Kumar was presenting her the certificate, where then he gives her the certificate and suddenly then reaches out and pulls the face covering of the hijab. Now, for a lot of people, women, this is extremely offensive. The Chief Minister was seen forcibly putting this down. The Deputy Chief Minister, Samrat Chaudhary, appeared to try and intervene. I mean, they suddenly, I mean, everybody was taken aback, and then they jump in. You will see Samrat Chaudhary, that's Samrat Chaudhary, trying to pull back the Chief Minister. You can also see, Mangal Pandey, that's the Health Minister. All of them in absolute utter shock. The opposition has slammed the Chief Minister and called this act humiliating and unacceptable. Listen in.
ये अत्यंत ही चिंतनीय और निंदनीय है। आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की मानसिक स्थिति क्या है, इससे पता चलता है। जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक मुस्लिम महिला के हिजाब को हटाने का प्रयास किया, सार्वजनिक मंचों से एक और महिला सम्मान की बात करते हैं, दूसरी ओर महिला का अपमान करते हैं।
इन्हें वीडियो जारी करते रहने दीजिए, जनता इनकी कतई परवाह करने के लिए तैयार नहीं। अब ये हास्यास्पद जो इनके तौर तरीके हैं, उसको जनता ने पहले भी नकारा है। अब तो 25 पर आ गए तेजस्वी जी, अगली बार 5 भी आएंगे कि नहीं पता नहीं।
Now, this is not the first time when something as awkward and, in fact, embarrassing as this has happened with the Chief Minister of Bihar. And this, remember, in the run-up to the election was a big hot potato as well, political hot potato. Let me just give you some past instances. Look at this. In May 2025, Nitish Kumar puts a flower pot on the head of an officer. It was all fine, jokes around, but this is a very important thing. What is happening? It's a pattern. He was laughing during the national anthem, talking to the officer there who was absolutely uncomfortable. Look at this. You will see in this, Nitish Kumar is the only one not paying attention. And in fact, the officer points out, sir, national anthem is on. But Nitish Kumar carries on laughing, joking, and doing what he is. Apart from that, there have been instances where in November 2025, he was seen touching feet of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who, in terms of the age, is younger than Nitish Kumar. And then, of course, earlier, into October 2025, an awkward video call with the Prime Minister where the Chief Minister of Bihar keeps folding his hands, saying Namaste even after the Prime Minister is off the screen. Continues. And then, of course, in the election campaign in October, he garlands a woman candidate. He's been stopped by his close aides. But even then, he goes on and does that. All these things point out to a pattern, ladies and gentlemen. And that is something that was spoken in the elections of Bihar ad nauseum. Is the Chief Minister of Nitish Kumar to the absolute best of his capacities? We leave it to these videos and for you to make your own opinion. With that, we're slipping into a short break, coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
They ruled the world, won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faye Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you Delhi.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in
And welcome back again. And this time I'm not alone. My colleague Preeti Daya is also with me here. And Preeti, it's that time of the year when we are talking about cricketers and a multi-billion-dollar industry which is raining in moolah on them.
Absolutely. We're talking about the IPL auctions. This time, Ankit, it is the mini auction. It's not the mega auction. And in any mini auction, like every time, eyes are set on the uncapped Indian players.
Wow.
How much moolah can they make from the purses of the, the owners of IPL teams? And that's what we saw on this day as well.
So basically, uncapped Indian players, for the benefit of our viewers, are the ones who have not worn the Indian jersey, not played for Team India
so far.
Till now. I mean, of course, many from the IPL have got that opportunity, and many would be hoping in this IPL, they are the star performers, and then there is way for them in Team India. But tell us, Preeti, what have been the highlights? Who are those uncapped players that you are talking about, those who have like really zoomed into the stratosphere of big money?
No, and in fact, today is the day when we really bring into the light the fact that there are some players who have been playing consistently at the domestic level, especially the state T20 leagues. And the likes of Prashant Veer and Karthik Sharma, both of whom have been picked up for 14.2 crore rupees, and both by CSK, are the living example of what domestic cricket can do for you. This is the highest ever IPL salary for any uncapped player, Ankit.
14.20 crores. I'm hoping there should be an auction for the anchors as well. Possibly we'll also pay. Our prices will also go up after that. But, for Kashmir also being represented, I mean, Aqib Dar...
going to Delhi Capitals.
Delhi Capitals.
Yes, going to Delhi Capitals for 8.4 crore rupees. And in fact, he was one of the first ones from uncapped players list who was picked up with that kind of prize money coming for him, that kind of money coming for him, more than 8 crore rupees. There's Mukul Chaudhary as well, who's been picked up by LSG for 2.6 crore rupees. And of course, there's Naman Tiwari, again LSG bagging him for 1 crore rupees. These are some of the players who are uncapped, but they have now become crore-patis.
Absolutely. And, it's so heartening to see many of them who come from backgrounds, from struggles and their story, and suddenly this big pay packet comes to them. Let's listen in to what Aqib Dar's family, in fact, had to say after his successful, in fact, crore-pati debut in this IPL.
मैंने देखा ये ठीक रास्ता है, ये बच्चा इससे बढ़ेगा नहीं, तो फिर मैंने इसको फुल सपोर्ट किया।
तो कितनी उम्मीद थी आपको कि आप इस
उम्मीद तो थी मुझे कि इसे बहुत मेहनत की है। पूरे नारवाब की खुशी है, पूरे बारामूला डिस्ट्रिक्ट की खुशी है, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर की खुशी है। लड़कों को इसको देखकर खेलना चाहिए, जैसे आकिब ने भी खेला है, इससे पहले भी खेलता था, आज भी खेला है। हमें उम्मीद थी, पूरी उम्मीद थी ये सिलेक्ट हो जाएगा, इंशाल्लाह हुआ।
अल्लाह का शुक्रगुजार है कि अल्लाह ने इनको इस मुकाम पे पहुंचाया। सबसे ज़्यादा इसकी खुद की मेहनत है। अगर इसकी जर्नी की बात करें तो इसकी जर्नी वहाँ से स्टार्ट हुई जहाँ पे ग्राउंड ही नहीं था, तो स्ट्रगल यहाँ पे हम खुल के बोल सकते कि स्ट्रगल कितना किया होगा बंदे ने, लेकिन इस बंदे ने कभी अपना पैर पीछे नहीं किया, हमेशा आगे बढ़ता गया।
Well, Aqib Dar there, Ankit going for more than 8 crore rupees. And of course, this all-rounder from Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir was amongst the first uncapped players to go for that kind of money. Let's bring in Rika Roy as well. Our colleague joins us now from the newsroom. And Rika, essentially, first let's start talking about these uncapped Indian players, the likes of Prashant, Karthik, Aqib. This is the day when they really have impressed everyone because they've been doing well in domestic circuit. Now to get rewarded with that kind of contract for IPL, really, this is what every player is aspiring for these days.
That's right, and when we talk about domestic cricket, we'll have to zoom in not just on Ranji Trophy, but the recently concluded Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy as well, in which most of these youngsters performed phenomenally, and particularly I'll have to talk about Prashant Veer. He's had a very, very good season. He played 6 matches in 7 days, giving very high returns for his team. He's an Uttar Pradesh all-rounder, and he had also, in the middle of Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, he went for the CSK trials, and they see him as a like-for-like replacement for Ravindra Jadeja, a left-arm orthodox spinner and a left-arm batter as well. Well, he's a very, very young chap, 20-year-old. He has a really long way to go to become Ravindra Jadeja, even though his fielding skills are as smart as Jadeja's is. But of course, CSK thinks of, this is a long time investment in this young boy, and not just him, but Kartik Sharma also, wicket-keeper batsman, and MS Dhoni will have a young boy to groom this season. Thala is probably is going to
this
be
is where,
on
Rika, I have to ask you. I have to ask you, Rika, CSK picking both these youngsters, one 19 years of age, the other one 20, both of them going for more than 14 crores to CSK. Are they breaking away from their experience-first philosophy by investing in these youngsters?
Well, you see, this has always been a call for CSK to invest in youngsters and look at them over a long period of time. When they brought in Ravindra Jadeja, you could say that was also their philosophy. Yes, for the last few years, they have not gone big on investing in young guns and investing as much in youngsters. But yes, this year, probably this was a part of their strategy, and they have clearly played according to that strategy to pick at least these two young boys for a premium sum.
Before, and then of course there are these foreign players as well, those who have triggered almost a race, a money race to get them. But I just want to understand, Preeti, from you, the auction also gives you a sense of what the team's mindset and the preparation for the upcoming season is.
Absolutely.
What possibly is their strategy? Where are those gaps that they are trying to fill with these players, isn't it?
No, and more than that, Ankit, what gives you a real idea into the insights of all these teams and their strategies is the purse that they are coming with when they reach the auction table. So KKR had the highest purse, more than 64 crores. The second highest was with the CSK, Chennai Super Kings, around more than 40 crores. So these were the two teams who were looking to fill major gaps, and they've had major uthal-puthal, if I were to use that word, in their squads, from last season. They are breaking away from some sort of legacy. Something like a CSK is looking for era beyond MSD, beyond Dhoni, who else? So that's why we see them investing a lot and going for the big bucks on the auction table.
And KKR did not have a good season last time. They must be hoping that with their new buys, there is some firepower and all those things come in so that they can propel this one. But let's just talk about the foreign power, the foreign players, those who are coming in. Who are the big ones, Preeti, this time?
And that's the lead that I was looking for, actually. You spoke about KKR. KKR have the big bucks, and they have invested in the foreign players. Cameron Green becomes the costliest overseas player in the history of IPL. He has gone to KKR for 25.2 crore rupees. In fact, his bid is a world record amount for any overseas player in any franchisee in terms of competition that we get in T20 leagues across the world. The second big purchase for KKR is Matisha Pathirana, the Sri Lankan fast bowler, going for 18 crore rupees. And the interesting part, I want to really go across to Rika for this one. There's David Miller as well, but I think he was more of a steal really for the team that got him because it wasn't much for 2 crores. Rika, I want to come to you. Pathirana and Cameron Green, both of them getting the big bucks from their team KKR. But even Cameron Green, I'm told, will get only 18 crore to take home. What happens to the rest of the money and why?
Well, that's an interesting IPL rule, and Preeti, I must say, having seen the league over the last 18 years, and this is going to be the 19th season, the league has evolved to the extent that now they're not just thinking about the league, but future star development. And you've asked me why will Cameron Green get only 18 crore rupees, because that extra money beyond 18 crore rupees is going to go to a player development fund that will be routed through the BCCI. It is a cap on the salary cap that has been put on overseas professionals. It is according to the highest retention, which means that the highest retention price before the auction was 18 crore rupees. That is as much as a franchise could pay to an overseas professional. That was a rule that was set by IPL and discussed by the franchisees before moving into this auction, which is why Cameron Green will only get 18 crore rupees and the rest of the money will be given for player development.
And I thought our pay slips are the confusing ones where it seems that you're making a lot of money, but very little is coming home. But I just want to very quickly talk to you about, were there surprises? Were there some players that you were hoping that would be sold, which have not been sold, remained unsold this time?
Absolutely. There were some big surprises as well. Now, on day one, what happens, Ankit, is that these players whom you're seeing on screen, they are the big shockers. You know, I will be pulling them up one by one. Jake Fraser-McGurk, he was hailed as a generational talent by Saurav Ganguly in 2024, and he has gone unsold. Prithvi Shaw, second season in a row for him that no IPL team has shown interest in this person who was once the talent of the country, and his base price was only 75 lakh rupees. Then there were the likes of Sarfaraz Khan, who's been doing a lot of hard work on his fitness and making statements in domestic cricket as well. He's gone unsold. Akashdeep, despite various teams needing a fast bowler in their lineup, was not sold despite base price of only 1 crore rupees. There's Rahul Chahar, a promising spin all-rounder. He hasn't gone to any team. Rachin Ravindra was a big surprise to me because he has played, sort of, let's say, a modest season for CSK, but he was a talent. Liam Livingstone is the biggest surprise of the day because along with Cameron Green, this English all-rounder was supposed to be taken today because there are teams who will need all-rounders, and they were all talking about how Liam Livingstone really fills the gap. He is a global T20 league all-rounder who appears in various franchises, various franchises across the globe. He was not picked up.
Do they Johnny have Bairstow.
Yes, they do have a chance, and that's where we would say that it's big shocker of day one. They will all come back again. Chances are they might be picked up, they might not be picked up. So these are some of the things that these players will also be keenly looking forward to. But Ankit, at this point in time, we are also joined by LSG owner, by Mr. Sanjeev Goenka. Let's go across to him and ask him. Mr. Goenka, first of all, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Good evening.
Wonderful, it's gone superb. Our prime target was to get 2 international bowlers of quality and repute. One, an international established pacer. One, an international quality spinner. We managed to get Hasaranga and Nokia. Our 3 targets were Pathirana, Nokia, Hasaranga. We got 2 of the 3. So that was the prime objective that we had come out with. So we've done very well. In addition, we managed to get Mukul Chowdhury, who was a power hitter, and we add him to the list of Himmat Singh and Abdul Samad that we already have. We've got Naman Tiwari, who's a brilliant pace bowler. We already have a battery of pacers, but Naman gets added to that list now. So and last season, it was our bowling which let us down. Our batting was good. We scored 2,700 runs, which is the highest probably that any IPL team has scored in the history of IPL. So we've strengthened our bowling. We took Shami on an outside purchase from SRH a couple of weeks ago. So I think the team looks complete and fully balanced now.
Yeah, Mr. Goenka, very much so, because, last time, like you mentioned, your team had major gaps in bowling department. Getting Anric Nokia and Vanindu Hasaranga for just 2 crore rupees, would that be like a steal deal for your team?
Yeah, we did. Really lucky.
Yeah, you got really lucky there, sir, and you have filled the gaps. Quickly, sir, if I could ask you about LSG's strategy from here on, what would that be?
We had bid a fair bit for Pathirana, but we didn't have the purse to go beyond what we bid.
Yeah, so Pathirana, there was a lot of competition amongst various franchises, but like I asked, what would be your strategy from here on?
LSG's strategy is going to be powerful batting with aggressive bowling.
Mr. Goenka, from your side, any message to LSG fans? Should they hope to lift the title this time?
Every team in the IPL goes for the trophy, right? So saying it is like a rhetoric, but yes, we want to desperately win the trophy. We've got a good team. Now it's for the team to perform on the field.
And from an owner's point of view, one talent, if you were to pick, that you would be looking out for in this season?
It's like asking a father to pick between different children. How is that possible?
No, I understand it's a difficult question. Still, you might have one or two favorites.
I have 2 children and 2 spouses. If you were to ask me, who's my favorite? I have 4 grandchildren. Who's my favorite? I don't know.
Okay, sir, my final question to you now, following the lead on day one, what's left for you in this auction?
We're done. I mean, we've got 23 pairs. You can have 25. So yes, we have a couple of slots to fill, but we're basically done.
All right, there you go. LSG owner, Mr. Sanjeev Goenka there. And like he said, Ankit, we are done. I think we are almost done here as well.
Absolutely, but it's so interesting. He's one of the owners who have also made so much news apart from his team as well. But it's fantastic to get him, Preeti, on the day of the auction. And as Preeti is here, let me promise you all the action right from the auction to, of course, when the IPL begins. Everything, cricket, the World Cup, so and so forth, everything here. This is your one-stop destination. Preeti is going to bring you all the excitement and the latest gossip from every team, their strategy. All is packed here on NDTV. At this moment, that's all from us. Thank you so much.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed Zakaria. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
They ruled the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket team at the NDTV Indian of the Year. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukrainian front in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when
Welcome back. It has been a day of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's power drive, where when in Jordan on his official tour, he was driven around by the Prime Minister of Jordan, and the special drive, in fact, was to the museum, Jordanian museum. And then in the evening, when the Prime Minister reached, in fact, Ethiopia, the Nobel laureate, Nobel Prize winning Prime Minister, Ethiopian Prime Minister, drove Prime Minister Narendra Modi right from the airport for the formal functions there. So, the Prime Minister being driven around by the leaders of the world.
What does Sufism mean to you?
Sufism is about love. Higher ideals are more fascinating than normal love song or anything. Talk about Khwaja Mere Khwaja, Kun Faya Kun. It's all about higher ideals. I'm bringing the same spirit to Delhi. So book your tickets from District app. See you, Delhi.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
I just feel very privileged in the film industry, an industry that I'm extremely proud of.
I'm honored to receive this prestigious award.
I feel overwhelmed that the NDTV has chosen me for this very special award.
Thank you so very much. This means a lot to me.
It's a great honor and a great privilege.
Really blessed to get this, and I'm really happy.
This is one of the few moments I'm going to be humble, so please record this properly, guys.
आज का दिन सबसे पहले जो फुट सोल्डर्स, जो प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स और जो टीम है, उनको सेलिब्रेट करने का है.
And the NDTV Indian of the Year Award 2025 goes to
NDTV Indian of the Year 2025, 19 December, New Delhi. Ideas, inspiration, impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
She stepped into the unknown and delivered a performance India is talking about. Meet the audacious Janhvi Kapoor at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app. And together, let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
You applauded the performance. Now meet the actor who defined it. Vicky Kaushal at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Watch Rahul and me on his great show, Walk the Talk.
Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A sensational debut. New heartthrob of a new India. Ahan Pandey at NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
A transformation you witnessed. Now, meet the force behind it. Jai Shah at the NDTV Indian of the Year 2025.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Very warm welcome to Walk the Talk. I'm joined by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed Zakaria. Welcome.
It takes decades to build trust, and it takes moments to break trust.
The United States recently came out with a new security strategy doctrine.
In this moment of extraordinary power and dominance, Trump's vision of America in the world is to retreat, to shrink, to shed its influence, make America a regional power again. For 80 years, it's been a global power. We want to be a regional power.
They rule the world. Won 1 billion hearts. Now, meet the champions who made the nation proud. The Indian women's cricket.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Lots lined up on the show this evening with Vasudha and me. Namaskaram, namaskara, baunara, nallarikingla.
Welcome, Vida, and namaskar to all our viewers. Our special focus on the face-off in the Parliament over replacing the MGNREGA with the VBG Ramji Bill and the pollution in the national capital. But first up, the headlines.
10 days after they fled India post the tragic Goa nightclub blaze, the Luthra brothers are brought back to New Delhi. They will now be interrogated by the Goa police in the case.
There's a big boost for the Gandhis in the National Herald case and a blow to the ED. A Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case. ED will also challenge special court's order.
Bihar Chief Minister quotes controversy, pulls a hijab down from a woman's face during a government event in Patna. BJP hits back, posts old video of Ashok Gehlot doing the same thing with a gungat.
Now the ECI has released a draft Bengal voter list. A total of 58 lakh names have been deleted after the special intensive revision of electoral rules.
Well, first up this evening, Vasudha, to those fierce protests by the opposition in Parliament against the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Grameen Bill. shortly being referred to as the VBG Ramji Bill, which seeks to replace the landmark Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, or MGNREGA. The opposition, which held posters of Mahatma Gandhi, staged protests accusing the government of insulting the Mahatma, imposing Hindi names on bills, and also questioned several sections of the proposal in the new bill, including one that puts 40% fiscal onus on state governments. And the intent of it, Vasudha.
In fact, the update is that the bill is going to be taken up for passing in the next 2 days. Congress has issued a whip asking all its Lok Sabha MPs to be present for the next 3 days to oppose this bill tooth and nail. Despite opposition protests, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan introduced the bill in the Lok Sabha, and he made a spirited defense of it, arguing that here was a consensus over the need for revising certain sections of MGNREGA Act. He said that the spirit and letter of the new bill is entirely consistent with Mahatma Gandhi's principles and that there was no question of an insult to the father of the nation. He also pointed out that the new bill increases the number of days of employment guarantee from 100 days to 125 days. He asked the opposition not to politicize the bill. Listen in to reactions from the parliament before we head to our first panel discussion this evening.
उन्हीं के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है। और जहां तक मनरेगा का सवाल है, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कांग्रेस तो यूपीए तो केवल मनरेगा लेके आई थी, लेकिन 2,13,220 करोड़ रुपया यूपीए की सरकार ने मनरेगा पर खर्च किए थे। हमने 8,53,810 करोड़ रुपया गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए खर्च किए और इस योजना को और मजबूत करने की कोशिश की। और आज भी माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, तकलीफ क्या है? 100 दिन की गारंटी के बजाय हम 125 दिन की गारंटी दे रहे हैं। 125 दिन की गारंटी देने का काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, जो हमारे संविधान की जो मूल भावना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति के हाथों में शक्ति होनी चाहिए, वही मूल भावना पंचायती राज में है और उस मूल भावना के विरोध है ये जो अधिनियम, जो ये विधेयक आ रहा है। सर, इस विधेयक के जो प्रबंधन है, जिससे रोजगार का जो अधिकार है, कानूनी अधिकार है, वो कमजोर हो रहा है, वो हमारे संविधान के विपरीत है। सर, ये हमारे इसी सदन ने ये कानून बनाया और इसी सदन ने ये अधिकार जनता को दिया है।
ओके।
सर, एक और है सर, महात्मा गांधी मनरेगा में 90% अनुदान केंद्र से आता था। इस विधेयक द्वारा ज्यादातर प्रदेशों में अब 60% आएगा, इसको घटाया गया है।
ओके।
सर, इससे प्रदेशों की अर्थव्यवस्था पर बहुत भार होगी और खास तौर से ये वे प्रदेश जिनकी अर्थ की ओर से जीएसटी के बकाये के इंतजार में है।
ओके।
For our nation and our nation's commitment to the welfare of its most vulnerable citizens. My first objection, Mr. Speaker, as with others, is the ill-advised decision to remove the name of the father of the nation for the reasons already given, which I will not repeat. But this is not just an administrative tweak, sir. It's an assault on the very spirit and philosophical foundation of this crucial program. Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Ram Rajya was never a purely political program. It was a socio-economic blueprint rooted in the empowerment of villages, and his unwavering faith in Gram Swaraj was part of his vision of Ram Rajya. So the original act, by bearing his name, acknowledged this profound connection that true employment guarantee and upliftment must flow from the grassroots, embodying his principle of the last man first. To remove the name Mahatma Gandhi is to strip the bill of its moral compass and its historical legitimacy, and then to have two languages in the title, just to make the acronym G Ramji, is not just a violation of Article 348 as pointed out in the previous discussion, but it also reminds me of a song, of a lyric from my childhood, sir. मेरे बचपन में ये गाते थे, देखो ये दीवानो ओ दीवानो ये काम मत करो, राम का नाम बदनाम मत करो. And in this particular case, it's a real.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी नाम बदलने की जो राजनीति कर रही है उसके खिलाफ है हम लोग। राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी जिसने देश को जगाने का काम किया, उन्हीं के नाम के खिलाफ हो गए। ये राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी और उनकी सोच जो सत्य अहिंसा का रास्ता था उसके खिलाफ है लोग।
आप देख सकते हैं अखिलेश जी भी पहुंच गए हैं। गांधी की जो मूर्ति होती थी पहले, वहां पर जो है अखिलेश यादव भी उस प्रोटेस्ट को ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। आप देख रहे हैं, आप देखिए यहाँ पर प्रियंका गांधी और बाकी लोग भी हैं और ये गांधी मूर्ति के सामने ये विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है विपक्ष के सांसदों का वो लगातार।
Well, from the name to the substance to the spirit and to the contents, there are several objections raised by the opposition to that bill. Joining us this evening, Arun Nehru, Lok Sabha MP of the DMK, Anshul Avijit of the Congress, Charu Pragya of the BJP, and also Anurag Naidu, a political analyst, joins us as well, who follows the TDP very closely. The TDP, unfortunately, could not join the show this evening. My first question to you, Arun Nehru, list out the 4 key points of opposition beyond just the title and the language of it.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam. And very importantly, that this bill is against the federal structure, number one. Why? Because primarily this was a statutorily central government scheme that enables states to focus on the most vulnerable, right? Now they've shifted the burden to the state, almost 40%. And the most important thing is that they have moved this to a supply-driven rather than a demand-driven. The demand-driven comes from the grassroots. What demand is there is where, the work is done. Now supply is actually top down. So if the government decides certain things are priority, even though the capacity of the people might not be there, the state must pick up the burden to actually exercise or execute that particular project. So that puts a lot of onus on the state without any responsibility, nor accountability, nor finance. So that's going to be a, big burden. And you must understand that the governance actually happens from the grassroots level. The union, by sitting here, does not understand that each state has different priorities. So this scheme now has, even after, the GST, the revenue sharing that not being given to the state, actually puts the onus and, statutory owners of the states to carry out without any funding or any back-end support from the union government.
Right. Charu Pragya, the technicalities aside, Mahatma Gandhi is neither an invader nor a colonizer. I don't understand what was the need to change the name and remove Mahatma Gandhi's name, because this has also led to a lot of opposition.
Good evening to both of you, and good evening to all our viewers and co-panelists. See, this is not a naming debate, Vasudha. This is a debate on governance. This is a debate on upgrading a scheme, a policy which has existed for 20 plus years. When MGNREGA was born in 2005, it was a different India it was made for. Today, in 2025, India has considerably changed. But before I get into the details, do you know MGNREGA was originally only NREGA? It was only NREGA. Mahatma Gandhi was also added later as an afterthought by the UPA. But what we are focusing on is the fact that India has considerably changed. Rural poverty 20 years ago was over 25%. Today, it is down to just around 4%. These things have to be kept in mind while you're upgrading a scheme, while you're ensuring and making sure that it's technologically sound. It is focusing on durable infrastructure. I'm sorry, Okay, sorry. Can I start again?
Yeah.
Am I audible at least? Am I audible at least?
We could hear you.
Sorry.
Please go on.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Charu Pragya. And as you set your camera, let me just quote to you Section 4.5 of the bill states that the central government shall determine the state-wise normative allocation for each financial year based on objective parameters as may be prescribed by the central government. The argument is that it replaces the guarantee that the MGNREGA scheme gives. Respond to that as well as you were going on.
Absolutely. No, on the contrary, it increases the guarantee that MGNREGA was giving initially. I'll tell you how. One, you're sharing the cost. The onus has to be on both the state and the center. You cannot just put everything on the head of the state and then there is siphoning off of funds. Why is the opposition not talking about all those issues which have been plugged now? If there are going to be e-payments, 99.9% of e-payments will also ensure that money reaches the correct bank account. Aadhaar-based verification is there. It is now going to be GPS monitored. short-term. We are focusing on long-term development of India, getting to Viksit Bharat. So it cannot be random groundwork anymore, and this is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Anshul Laviji, the fact that these changes have been made, many of which are also tech-centric, will only strengthen the outcomes. What would your response be?
No, I mean, my honorable counterpart from the BJP, Charu, is absolutely right. A lot has changed in the last 20 years. Your GDP has completely sunk. Your household savings are the lowest ever. Your per capita GDP is among the worst in the world. The disparity between the rich and poor has completely increased back to the days of colonialism. So much for mirroring colonialism, which the BJP does. Listen, one has no problem with strengthening a bill that exists. But then here you've changed the complete character. It's not the same bill anymore. And by the way, even if you talk about strengthening the wage payments, the Aadhaar-based wage system that exists, why wasn't it strengthened in the last 11 years? There were delays in payment. There was always the budgetary allocation of MGNREGA was always lower than what was expected. It was never increased. The Prime Minister himself mocked it in Parliament. The only time MGNREGA came into focus by them was during COVID, when they thought, oh my God, thank God there's a scheme like this which came was actually deployed at an hour of crisis. They have done whatever they could to contort the scheme. The scheme is no longer what it was when we envisaged it in 2005, when the economy was strong and the effects of 19-1 reform was beginning to take shape, when real wages were higher and the GDP was going to be more than 8%. Now it's completely sunk. I understand the need for a compensatory state. God knows money has to be given to the people. But this kind of over-centralization from a rights-based scheme, you come to a discretionary scheme in which the tyranny of the executive is what matters. This normative allocation.
Okay, you're making an important point there, Anshul Abhijit. Let me get Anurag Naidu here. Anurag Naidu, there are 4 points of contention. Leave the name aside. I'll get to the name later. The points of contention, one, is that it replaces the guarantee that MGNREGA gave, which was a safety net, with a sense of discretion. Number two, it discredits the universal, acceptance of that scheme that's there. And number three, it puts the onus on the state government. Surely, states would be concerned about what's been considered a landmark safety net in our rural society.
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show, Veera. And also thanks that you have not asked me a question on the name, because I don't want to give due importance to the name change. But having said that, you made 3 important points. And Veera, we need to understand why this is called as Viksit Bharat. This is talking about the new Aaj Ka Bharat. The MGNREGA, what we had, was more of a freebie, if you ask me. And if you really know the situation, when I go on the ground, when I interact with the villagers, काम है, मनरेगा is 100 दिन की guarantee, जाओ कुछ भी करो, गड्ढा खोदो या whatever you do. Yeah. These are not the assets which are going to stay forever. These are not where you are skilling your workforce. You are giving them more of a freebie. It was a political war cry. It helped you. You had a plan where you expected people, by and large, from the village community, from the rural background, to vote for you. That was it. Now we need a Bharat. If you have to compete with the likes of China and other developed economies, you need to skill your workers, and they need to be certain amount of threshold where people or the workers also needs to reach in terms of their skilling, so that they start contributing. And it's also for their larger good. Because once the schemes, let's say, they finish,